Hello, everyone on Zoom. Just give us a moment. We're waiting for one more task force member to join us to reach quorum in the room, and then we'll get started. Thanks for your patience and thanks for being here. You'll hear from us shortly. Hello, everyone. Good morning. We are just ready to get started. I'm going to pass the mic over to Megan.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Welcome to the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force meeting. We've got two folks joining us online this morning. We do offer Spanish interpretation for all of our meetings. And if you would like Spanish interpretation, this is how you get over to the Spanish room. At the bottom of your Zoom control, you click the globe icon for interpretation, and you select either Spanish or English, whichever language you would like to hear. And you can also click mute original audio so that you're only hearing one language stream. If you are joining us in the room, we also have simultaneous interpretation available. Does anyone need, our interpreters are here for us. It is an exhausting job. Does anyone need interpretation in the room this morning? I'm not sure if there is an easy way to ask the two folks joining us online right now if they would like interpretation, because we just learned that we can't actually see if folks are in the Spanish or the English room. You are welcome to use the chat box to say, yes, please, I would like Spanish interpretation. If no one is utilizing Spanish interpretation just yet, and we'll check in periodically, we might give our interpretation team a little break. Okay, thanks for settling in. We'll go back to our welcome slide. I would like to first ask our chair, Nelson Hawkins, to welcome us and get us grounded.
Thanks, Megan. Good day, everyone. I call to order this ninth meeting of the California Agricultural Land Task Force. I send my gratitude to all the task force members in attendance today, staff, advisory committee members, members of the public participating in person here, as well as online. A lot has been achieved since the last meeting, and I'm excited to enter this final stretch together with you all to refine and polish all of our policy recommendations as we continue to co-create a brighter future together. And with that, I pass the mic back to our facilitator, Megan, to run through logistics and to establish quorum.
Thanks, Nelson. And we're meeting here today at the Blue Lake Casino and Hotel up in Arcata. It's a sensational space. We met last night with Chairman Jason Ramos and about 7 other tribal nation representatives from around the region to get some feedback on the draft report. And we're very, very grateful for their participation. We're grateful to be hosted here at the Blue Lake Rancheria, and we are excited to see more this afternoon. We're running slides from my computer so that we can all kind of stay connected here. We've got a big screen in the middle of the room, and we've got it set up. So one of our task force members, James, and another one, Ruth, is joining us online. When they come on video, we'll be able to see your smiling faces. So let me know if folks in the room have any difficulty seeing the screen here. But some Zoom tips: everyone's muted upon entry, including our panelists. So James and Ruth, you'll be muted upon entry. Just please remember to mute yourself when you're done talking. Would love to see some smiles, but cameras are optional, and that goes for attendees as well. We've got multiple designated public comment periods throughout the course of our 2 days, and you can either enter a public comment by filling out a public comment form or simply using the raise hand in your Zoom toolbar, and that way we know you want to jump in. And same goes for James and Ruth, our task force members online, and Sean's and SGC staff. If you need to jump in to the discussion queue, go ahead and use your raise hand feature. We might miss you. Feel free to interrupt us along the way. Public comment process also offered both in person and in virtual. If you're joining us in the room, we've got some materials on this table over here, some informational materials, sign-in sheet, and also public comment cards. And you're welcome to speak to any agendized session. Also, during general public comment, you can speak to anything related to task force business. And the virtual public comment form is available at sgc.ca.gov/meetings-events. And we'll keep an eye on time, but we do generally request that comments are kept to approximately 2 minutes. We adhere to these participation guidelines as a group. The task force established these at the beginning of their process. We are generating a space of mutual respect where we're all here to share, listen, and learn. And we all have different perspectives. This is a space of learning and growing and co-development of ideas and recommendations. So we generate that together, and that includes task force members and non-task force members as well. And this one stay on point is important. We are subject to Bagley-Keene Public Open Meeting Act requirements. So we have to keep our conversations to the specific agendized session and task force business. And I can help us with that along the way. Our plan for the next 2 days is really to roll up our sleeves and keep working on these recommendations. As Chair Hawkins said, you've done a tremendous amount of work between May and now, and there's a lot more work to do. This morning, we'll get started with some of our usual items of business. We'll approve a meeting summary from May. We've got a few items on the staff report. A lot of community engagement has been accomplished since May as well. We'll give you an update on that. And then the bulk of the day is reserved for a working session where we're going to dive into the recommendations. Actually, that conversation is going to span both days. We end today, day 1, at 3 o'clock. I will have an opportunity for general public comment before we close out. We end at 3 o'clock so that we can have some site visits and go meet some farmers and ranchers in the region. So our task force members will be seeing more of this area. On day 2, just want to remind folks, we start a little earlier tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. We'll also have some refreshments for you. We will hear about the site visits from Arcata, and then we'll get back into our conversations on the draft reports. And then we'll reserve some time at the end of the day for work planning and next steps, and of course, general public comment. Day 2 is scheduled to go until 1 p.m. Okay, last couple pieces of logistics here. There are restrooms in our meeting room towards the back, and there's also some restrooms right out this front door to the left. You've got emergency exits here. You have emergency exits there. If anyone needs power, there's some extension cords right under your table. If you need Wi-Fi, let me know. I can get you the code. And just a reminder, and I will remind us as needed, we all need to speak into the microphones. So we have 6 around the table. They should all be turned on as long as there's a green light. If not, I'll turn them on for you. If we're not speaking into the mics, our friends on Zoom can't hear us. We'll come back, refresh the batteries at lunchtime. Lunch will be served today here for task force members around 12:30, between 12:30 and 1. We've got coffee, tea, water in the back. And last piece on Zoom tools, we have use of the chat box, which is really only reserved for us to share information out. It's not a two-way conversation. And the reason for that is because these meetings are recorded and live streamed, and the chat does not get recorded. So we want all the conversation to happen in the room, the virtual room, so to speak. Meetings get recorded and posted to our project website, and we also generate written summary reports from all of these sessions. Okay, that's a lot. Let's do roll call to establish quorum. When I call your name, please say here for the record, and let's please start with Chair Nelson Hawkins.
Here.
And I'm going in alphabetical order from here by first name, Member Darlene Franco. Here. Member Doria Robinson.
Here.
Thank you. Member Dorian Payan. Member Irene De Baragua. Member James Nakahara.
Here. Did that
Member
come through?
Lawrence
Yeah.
Bennett.
Here.
Member Nathaniel Brown.
Here.
Member Chizo. Member Ruth Dahlquist Willard.
Here.
Member Thea Rittenhouse. Here. Wonderful. Quorum has been established. Not yet with us this morning is Vice Chair Emily Burgueño, and unfortunately, Member Leah Schwartzman will be unavailable to join us for this meeting. Great. We did welcome remarks. Let's move into our first item of business, a meeting summary approval from your last meeting, May 14th and 15th in Susanville. We are prepared to bring up the draft meeting summary for your review. And at this time, let's open it up for any comments or feedback or proposed edits by task force members. No discussion in the room. Any discussion from Ruth or James online?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the May 14th, 15th, 2025 meeting? Member Darlene Franco moves to approve. Is there a second? Chair Hawkins seconds. Let's pause and see if there's any public comment on the draft meeting summary. Okay, nothing specific to the draft meeting summary. Great. There's a motion to approve and seconded. Any further discussion by task force members? Let's go around the room then. If you are in support, please say aye. If you are not, please say nay or abstain. I will start on the left. Dorian.
Aye.
Irene.
Aye.
Dorian.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Chi. Thea. Nathaniel.
Aye.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Darlene.
Aye.
Online, James
Aye.
and Ruth.
Aye.
Wonderful. The motion carries unanimously. Your meeting summary has been finalized and approved, and we will get that posted to the website post haste. All right. Staff report. Camille, you are up.
Thank you very much. Megan, please advance the slide. It's so nice to be here with you all in this beautiful facility and in this beautiful place. Really appreciate being hosted here. So there are a few announcements to share with you all. More details are in the briefing packet that you received. Wanted to note, many of you might have already seen this, that the California Natural Resources Agency, their draft tribal stewardship policy has been released. It's draft, and they welcome public comments on that policy. So encourage task force members to review. And I think there's quite a bit of alignment with the work you all are doing. So I'm flagging that for you. Also, there are quite a few recently released reports that are linked in that briefing packet. One of them is the Community Alliance with Family Farmers land access policy platform that they have recently released, along with a few others that are directly relevant to your work. So noting that, and also wanting to note for everyone that staff continue to update the publicly accessible list of reports that are related to the work you're doing. So you are always welcome to share that out and direct anyone who's interested in these issues to that list. It's accessible from our website. There's a sort of resources area, and you can look at that spreadsheet there. So all of those new reports are now listed on that spreadsheet. I wanted to open it to see if there are any task force member announcements that you'd like to highlight in this meeting relevant to the work that you're all doing. Upcoming events, calls for comments, anything else that you'd like to share with the group today? Any announcements from task force members? Seeing none in the room, seeing none online. All right, we can move on. Of course, please do let staff know how we can support you in sharing those kinds of announcements with your fellow members and with the public if you think of any you'd like to share. A quick update on the past subcommittee meetings that were held between the May meeting and our meeting today. We had 3 subcommittees that each met in that period. Community Outreach met on May 29th. The AB 524 subcommittee met on June 25th, and then Grants and Resources on June 27th. All of the summaries are accessible to all of you, so you can go and review what happened in those subcommittee meetings. And there is a brief summary as well in the briefing packet about the AB 524 and the decision to submit a support letter for AB 524 that the subcommittee made on behalf of the subcommittee. Are there any questions or comments or any subcommittee members who would like to expand on any details from these meetings at this point? They're not planning to be reporting out further than the summaries that are online now. We have a request, Emily, to hear any reports from subcommittee members. You can make that request.
Yeah, sure. We want to just do some small report out in the subcommittees. I think that's vital because not everybody's in those subcommittees.
Yes, thank you. Do I have a volunteer to share what happened with the Community Outreach Subcommittee? Just a brief summary. We can work on pulling up the summary of that subcommittee meeting since it's been a few months. Maybe it's not fresh in everyone's mind. So Megan is currently working on pulling up that meeting summary. Community Outreach Subcommittee members, I believe, and Tessa, maybe since you had led this one, you have any comments to help people remember? AB 5, we can move on as Megan's pulling that up. AB 524, would anyone like to share what happened in that subcommittee meeting? Grants and Resources. Go ahead, Thea.
Yes, the Grants and Resources Subcommittee, this was split between presentation by Department of Conservation talking about the SALT program, mostly asking us if we had any input on how they're talking about programs. And then we mostly just focused on the section in the report that was talking about grants and resources. So it really wasn't any content that isn't included in the draft that we looked at in August. It was really to look more deeply at that section to see if there's anything else we wanted to comment on before it went to everyone for review. So it was really strictly about the draft during that subcommittee.
Thank you, Thea. Yes, Megan is going to be bringing up the draft summary from community outreach now. Anyone feel free to jump into that. Maybe if you'll scroll down, Megan, so we can see a bit more of the substance. Any members are welcome to jump in at any time. What I'm seeing here is a summary of engagement that was done and upcoming, and then a discussion about how the insights from those sessions should be integrated into the report, which will be part of the discussion that is about to happen right after the staff report. So you will hear more details about that in just a moment. Any other comments on this subcommittee or questions? AB 524, is there anyone who would like to give a summary of that? I did briefly mention in my introductory comments that the subcommittee decided to submit a letter in support of AB 524 using the letter that they had submitted during their previous meeting to the policy committees in the Senate that bill was headed to. So that decision was made by that subcommittee, and that subcommittee did submit 2 position letters to the Senate Ag Committee and the Senate Appropriations Committee. So that was the outcome of that subcommittee meeting. Are there any subcommittee members that would like to speak any more to that? Okay. Any further comment here? Questions? All right, if you'll please move on, Megan, thank you. There are a few work updates to share here. I wanted to let you all know an update on the interagency review. So in our last meeting, we talked about the agencies that we had found individuals to support with review. We got some recommendations after that as well. So there's a very robust set of interagency reviewers who are currently reviewing your August draft. As was shared previously, the process of their review will be consolidated. Their comments will be anonymized, consolidated, and shared back with you all. And we've been very clear that their role in this process is to help you as task force members see where there are already some complementary projects in other agencies that you could speak to possibly give some suggestions where they see a way to make this more actionable based on their own understanding of the work they do as state employees. But really, you are the decision makers here. So any comments they have come to you. Nothing would be incorporated into your report without your review first. So we have suggestions on how to actually move from this moment of them reviewing to that moment of task force members reviewing and incorporating, which we will continue to work through together, but wanted to note for you all that that process is underway. There was an update on the case studies that have been developed. You might have all noticed there's still sort of moments of call out for case study, but not yet any case studies in the report. So Megan, you had a brief update on one of it. Sorry, you're taking a bite. I'll give a quick update that some working groups noted case studies based on site visits they'd like to share or things that were heard in public comment. So staff have on our lists from between now and October actually writing those case studies as the working groups suggested in that work. It just hadn't been accomplished by August. So that's one quick update on those.
And we're happy to share that we'll be able to feature a case study on Golden Eagle Farms You'll remember meeting Essence Oyos back in our meeting in August last year, but she was one of the co-hosts of a tribal engagement session last month. And so we're working with Essence to develop a case study for inclusion about Golden Eagle Farm.
That's an update on case studies. Of course, anyone at any moment, raise a hand or jump in with a question or comment. The last thing here to note is
Hey,
that
Camille, I
Oh,
just was wondering, you said the staff would be writing those case studies, which is it going to be the whole team or anyone specific?
the way we generally are working as authors is one of us will have the job of drafting and then the rest of the team reviews. So we don't right now have an assigned who will take that. But it probably will be the person who's been doing most of the work in that section of the report to develop it, if that makes sense, Emily. So where we're at right now is, I'm trying to think of an example of this. I believe in the sections that are about zoning, the working group that was thinking about zoning had a couple cases that they were interested to share. One was a farmer we visited with in Gilroy, and one was a public comment about how zoning had prevented her family from being able to grow and sell in their own property. So they requested those case studies be actually written out so that staff would move in that direction. That's CI, and I don't have a specific person who's going to do that at this point. Any other questions? Thea, go ahead.
Just to follow up, just wanted to make sure that the folks who are being profiled in those case studies, that they're actively engaged in writing and vetting what we write in that report.
Yes, thank you for that comment, Leah. We will make sure that anything that would be shared first with the people that are relevant to that story. Thanks for that comment. Okay. The last comment here is on local assistance funds. So yes, you can put up that, but no, that's fine. The budget area. So as you all remember, we have that line there, local assistance at the very end. And also we have that line, research and technical assistance. So back in May, we did discuss this, and there were sort of a kind of different avenues put forward where those funds could be spent. And at that moment, we heard from this task force that really what felt highest priority based on the work you've done is making sure that priority producers and land stewards are getting the funding to move your work forward. And so that's what staff heard. So since May meeting, we have now been looking into the best ways to distribute those funds, keeping in mind administrative timelines, keeping in mind the challenge of program design. I think we've also heard from you all that you can, at times, programs can overburden applicants in such a way that in the end, either they're spending a lot of time applying for something they don't then get, or in ways that really eat away at that funding so that very little is left for the actual producers. So staff have heard those things from you all, are keeping those in mind. We've had a few meetings with current program administrators to try to understand what are the challenges they face, what are avenues forward. So as one example of that, just to give you a sense of what staff have done, we had a meeting with programs that do down payment assistance for houses. So it's a very different set of issues, but there are programs that exist like that. So staff are trying to get a sense of what those are and then see whether and how those could be applicable to the producers and land stewards you all are talking about. So that is kind of the extent of my update. I will note it's a slow process to figure out what we can do and do it well. I open it now if there are any questions or comments on that update.
Yeah, one question. Are those programs that you're reviewing already state programs?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was main question. Yeah, just echoing what you all have heard from us of like, yeah, just getting to priority producers, instead of making, too much of a cumbersome don't want to spread too thin.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Other comments, questions?
What is the local assistance, budget need to be spent by?
Good question. So that line does have some flexibility in the spending of that amount. At this point, we are anticipating that our program staff will continue through June of 2026, this coming June, based on, fiscal year timelines. So our intention at this point would be to set something up as quickly as we can so that we can get those funds out in time for that June 2026 end of the Agricultural Land Equity Initiative team at the Strategic Growth Council.
So what is the task force role within that? Because we won't be part after December, right?
Yeah. So the funds were allocated by the Strategic Growth Council, the council itself, council members, to Strategic Growth Council staff to support the work of the task force. The funds were not allocated to the task force. I know it's a bit of a nuanced distinction. What that means is that in the kind of early part of your process, if you all remember, we actually did sort of one-on-one conversations to ask you all your preferences. Do we try to set up a program during the life of the task force? Or do we wait? And do we create a program at the end of your process that better reflects what you've decided? And at that point in time, the decision was made to wait until you all had your recommendations and then spend the funds accordingly. So the timelines aren't exactly aligned. Really what that would mean would be staff will come to you in October with a better sense of what we're thinking, get your comments then. We'll come in November, we'll come in December, tell you what's going on. But the task force doesn't have control of those funds. That control sits with staff. Does that answer your question,
No,
Emily?
that makes perfect sense how the state does things.
Were there any other follow-up questions or comments?
Yeah, could you clarify what you mean by control?
Yes, maybe, hopefully that's a good word. I guess I mean control over decision-making with those funds. And part of that is in interest of conflict of interest concerns with task force members. So what I mean by that is staff will do our very best to support you all. That's what those funds have been meant to do. So our job with those funds is to support you, but it is our job to decide how to do that. Does that make sense, Nelson? I hope I'm being clear. I hope I'm using good words.
Yeah, I guess in my my understanding of how we were gonna approach the spending of the local assistance, the $1 million was that the task force would have the decision making on how it's spent, and then the Strategic Growth Council will administer those funds. Is that not correct, or like what level of influence does the task force have on the decision making?
Yes, good question. At this point, the task force, the way that we've been, thinking about how these funds have been allocated and should be used, the task force guides staff decision on this program, does not make a final decision on what this program is.
So just to further clarify, if anyone from the task force had work and farmers or a project to say, hey, we need help with this local assistance. It could be a multitude of projects. It could be, hey, we over the task force identify these, whether we've already heard from them or, from our different circles of knowing farmers. We can suggest to the Strategic Growth Council that you move those funds to the programs to be able to assist them. And then that does, when you were saying conflict of interest, it takes us away from that decision-making of where the funds are going.
Yeah, it's honestly conflict of interest I find quite hard to navigate because it does extend all the way to designing something, which gets very complicated, right? It's not just a final yes or no, it's every bit of the process. So what I would say, Nathaniel, is that if you as task force members have very specific projects, goals, ideas that you think are important, you should share them that way with staff. And staff want to know that. We want to know what you're seeing as really key, important issues. And that's how I think it would be, you would sort of best be suited to share with us, because we don't want to put you in a position where you could be in a conflict of interest. I hope that's helpful, Nathaniel. I know James had a question or a comment.
Yeah, just for clarity, if I understand this correctly, I mean, the task force, we're totally able to suggest types of local assistance, right? Like we could say there are, like and I think that was the whole point of why many of us suggested waiting, was to have more development of actual recommendations so that we can then say, the recommendations that are in the report call for the types of pilot projects, grants, et cetera, that we would support the SGC utilizing these funds to spend down, more or less. That's not a conflict of interest, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right, James. Thanks for that. I think that's very helpful. So, yes, if there are moments in our conversation moving forward from here where you all do want to highlight, like, this feels like a very big need, right? And this would be an especially important type of local assistance or type of issue that needs to be addressed. And that is exactly what is helpful to staff, to make sure we are being supportive of your work without putting you in a conflict of interest situation. Thanks, James, for spelling that out that way.
No problem.
So my concern is, and I understand fully the conflict of interest factor, but what my concern is staff's capability in understanding the tribal needs when it comes to this local assistant funding. Strategic Growth Council lacks tribal inclusion and distribution of funding to tribal nations. One perfect example is the affordable housing program, where Strategic Growth Council hasn't had one tribal applicant, and that's not due to tribal priorities. That's due to lack of inclusion and outreach and priority, really. So that's my concern, because Strategic Growth Council is known for lack of tribal inclusion when it comes to the funding and resources. So that's why I'm asking that question, so that I can understand, and that way I can convey this. Because yeah, it's very concerning, and I don't know if staff is capable to know those priorities, because we already see that within the staff. And we're gonna have to, support, the task force is gonna have to support the staff's understanding to help you guys prioritize those tribal priorities, pretty much, or funding needs, I should say.
Thank you for that comment, Emily. I hear that and respect that. I do encourage you to, and all of you, to think of ways that we can ensure that you do have guidance, that we receive your guidance and are responsive to it. I'll say that in October, what I would like to do is come to you with a clear sense of like entity types, like what are we funding, and a clear sense of how those funds will be distributed across entity types, so that you can tell us this is or is not going to be adequate for in the ways you just reflected. Thea, did you want to say something? No. But I thank you for that comment. I hear that and want to acknowledge it.
I had a question about, or maybe not a question, it's kind of a question. It might require some additional research, but when you mentioned that conflict of interest, I wonder if you want to expand on that at another time, at another meeting, on the limitations, and because no conflict of interest is a really high standard. My understanding is that there will be conflicts of interest, but if you disclose them, maybe there's some flexibility there. So I think no conflict of interest is going to be too high of a standard for the task force to provide input.
Thank you for that, Lawrence. We will definitely work with the legal team and make sure that we actually have a presentation from them, get you those details that you're asking about. So there's more clear understanding there.
Just to follow up on that, thanks, Lawrence. I think that's important, and I think it's important to understand, for the task force to understand where that comes into play, because there certainly is not conflict of interest when it comes to outreach like Emily's referring to. So we need, as the state, can do a lot to outreach and engage with communities, and that's not a part of the actual grant program. And so an explanation of where that sort of sphere of conflict of influence happens is important for everyone here to understand, because there are, I think, a lot of ways in which this task force can inform the spending down of those dollars. And I also wanted to make a question about the local assistance. $1 million, does that include administrative overhead for state staff, or is that the actual dollar amount that's going to go to producers, or is there a percentage of that that has to go to administrative overhead? Because that should be spelled out here in this table, I think.
Yes, thank you for all of that. We'll make sure that our question to legal is, can you tell us what is the fullest extent of how this task force could participate, to make sure. So we'll make sure that we can answer those things. Your second point, this is the full extent of that budget. $3.255 million is the entirety of what has been allocated to the task force. We have been anticipating that there will be some funds left in other lines. So what would happen would be we would use those other lines to support administrative costs. The goal would be to get the maximum amount of dollars out versus spending it on administrative costs. So if you see at this point, it does look as if we will have that $270,000 that we have not yet needed to spend on research and technical assistance. We've left it open in case a need emerges. Those dollars could go to support staff administrative time, so that that 1 million can go into the program as funds to distribute. So our goal will be to achieve all of those sort of tasks that this task force has indicated they want achieved, the work products that they want achieved, but also making sure that there are funds reserved to support that last piece of the work. I think with time, we might need to
I
move
just
on.
have one more question about the technical assistance factor. What does that look like?
Yeah, the line there that says research and technical assistance, Emily. I think originally when we made this budget table, and this budget had been created a long time ago, back in the very beginning, we were imagining there might need to be some kind of technical assistance, meaning support either to you all as task force members, like advisory committee offers some kind of technical capacity, right? But that has since been paid from a different line. And then we were anticipating possibly you all would want a research project leveraged. And in that case, we might need technical assistance to support the research, but no research project that is that big has emerged from this work. So it was kind of a catch-all for what might come our way.
That's where the case studies will be supported by that line item.
Actually, the case studies will be supported in the operating expenses because we leverage our Sac State contract to distribute those funds. It's kind of a our Sac State facilitator contract is one of the easiest leverage points we have to compensate people for their time. So it's kind of the budget table looks much neater than than it is. Thank you all for this conversation. I can say that I want to continue this conversation. In October, we will have a conversation with legal to like clarify really what's going on with conflict of interest. What is the fullest extent that this task force can provide guidance, and more clarity on what we are imagining as good ways forward. And you can give us guidance on that.
Okay. Can I just make a final comment? Sorry.
Yes,
I just
go
wanted
please.
to encourage like flexibility. I think in legal guidance related to conflict of interest. And I think there's a lot of good guidance now that just came out with the Proposition 4 dollars about engaging with priority populations and disadvantaged communities that could be helpful to encourage flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. Let's see if there's any public comment specifically related to the items in the staff report we just reviewed. Nothing online, nothing in the room. Quickly, before we go to our next session, I was remiss in not introducing our fabulous support staff over here to my left. Sorry, everyone. Camille Frazier, Kenna Davis, this was her first meeting with us. She did a lot of work to help us get prepared for this meeting specifically. Caleb Swanson, Tessa Salzman, Sean Kennedy has joined us online. And in the room earlier this morning, we had Erin Curtis, Executive Director of Strategic Growth Council. She had to step out for a meeting. She'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Next session, community engagement updates. Tessa, you're up. Would you like this mic? Doing a little musical chairs here.
Oh, yeah, bro. All right, so for the next hour, we're gonna talk about the community engagement that has been completed since May 2025. And you can go to the next slide, we can start there. High level, as we all know, and as you all have been really pointing to, this community engagement was set up and requested by all of you to make sure that the task force recommendations were really informed by the priority producers and land stewards on the ground. So that was always informing the design of everything that we did. And since May 2025, so 3 months ago, the community engagement has really been conducted in 2 parallel tracks. And those 2 parallel tracks have been SGC staff and task force members in 1 track. And then the second sort of parallel track has been done by UCNR. And we actually have some guests with us today from UCNR who are going to talk a bit more in depth about what they've accomplished. So up here, you'll see a pretty high level summary of the engagement that has happened between those 2 tracks. And so you can see that we engaged over 180 priority producers, land stewards, and technical assistance providers over the past 3 months. That's in addition to all the engagement that we had done before. And that engagement happened in 5 different languages and really largely included engagement sessions, smaller meetings, and then one-on-one interviews. And then also just to remind you, in the same time period, we had sent the formal letter to the tribal nations in California in inviting engagement, formal engagement. And we've received 1 response. Go to the next slide. So let's see. So, okay, this slide is a summary of now just the SGC track, and then we'll get to the UCNR piece in a second. And yeah, just to note that this engagement was largely conducted around the June draft in some cases, and then, or I'm sorry, the May draft at the beginning back in May, and then the June draft throughout the summer. And on SGC's side of things, we engaged more than 90 priority producers, land stewards, and TA providers. And that happened across 3 tribal engagement sessions and 5 engagement sessions with priority producers. And as you all may have seen in the briefing materials, all of what we learn and hear in those sessions is anonymized, summarized, and then shared out in a summary. So there's a packet. And just to note that that's obviously really helpful for this process. It's super informative for all of you as you continue to refine your recommendations. And it's also becoming a public resource. So all of that is going online and can be shared out with others who are doing similar work and also trying to learn about the needs and barriers of these communities. So just noting that as kind of a co-benefit of all the work that you all are guiding and implementing.
So in addition to those engagement sessions I mentioned, we also did 4 presentations to different sort of existing meetings and coalitions at conferences and meetings. 2 of those were tribal focused, and there's more detail on all of this in the briefing packet. And then since May, as far as follow-up, and maybe just if we can think back to before May 2025, we had engaged a bunch of other communities and many other producers through the survey and through other engagement sessions and through a lot of other activities, site visits that you all did. And so I think it was in May, you all really encouraged us to make sure that we're following up with every single person who has engaged in this work. And so we were able to do that over the summer. Some of that follow-up happened in person through some of those meetings that I mentioned, and most of it happened online through, email outreach. And we have invited all of those folks to the August 20th town hall as kind of a second opportunity to engage with this work. Yeah, next slide. Oh, and I guess, yeah, just before this slide, you're fine to stay on it, but just to kind of remind everyone that we are working towards an August 31st as kind of a final deadline for all community engagement. So we had the tribal engagement session last night, and we have the town hall I just mentioned on August 20th. And we're looking at the end of this month to really close this engagement process and cycle so that we can focus on finalizing the recommendations. So now the next couple of slides are some themes that came up across the engagement sessions that we conducted over the summer. This is by no means an extensive overview, or a thorough overview. These are really the highlights, and yeah, I really encourage everyone to go look at the summaries for more detail. And we'll also talk a little bit about how to best incorporate a deeper level of detail into the recommendations in a little bit. But for now, I just wanted to share some themes that came up. I wanted to start with this quote because this was a really beautiful quote that one of our co-hosts at an engagement session shared at the end of a session to close us out. And it was unsurprisingly a really common theme that also was expressed in a bunch of different ways at all of the engagement sessions, which is that we're fighting to make farming a dignified path to prosperity. So that was really present in a lot of the conversations. So I broke up these comments by section of the report, by the goals in the report, but they are sort of cross-cutting as well. So for the overview, some of the key input that we received was, and repetitive input that we received was around adding more specific detail on histories of land equity, specifically in California. And so one example was what we heard when we were in the Central Valley over the summer, that we should be including history on Black farmers and land loss in California specifically, including the racism in agriculture and the plantation economy that was imported from the Deep South. They were making the point that that's also the history of California in a lot of ways. For goal 1, in all of the different tribal engagement sessions that we heard, we continued to get the feedback that ancestral land return needs to mean free of cost to the tribes and free of restrictions and covenants and limitations on the land. So that is really the key, I think, piece of input. Of course, there's a lot more detail in there, but I wanted to add that here. And then returning the land that is returned should be high quality, and if not, resources and funding should be available for remediation. For goal 2, there was, well, yeah, I have a couple up here. So a sort of parallel one to goal 1 is that those who are responsible for soil and water contamination should be responsible for funding that remediation. It's kind of a theme that came up in a couple of different places. And then alternatively, or in addition to, funding should be directed to communities and small growers to buy and then remediate land that has been damaged by industrial agriculture and other uses. And then a general comment that was kind of shared in a bunch of different ways was around expanding accessibility to public land and facilitating urban agriculture through removing prohibitive zoning. So that zoning topic came up again and again. Moving on to goal 3 here. Lots of conversation came up around competition and all of the different competing uses and buyers in the market around land in general. So the ones that were named were large businesses, corporate agriculture, and developers specifically, and then investment firms buying up land as an investment tool instead of one for food production. Another topic that came up was around including more support in the draft recommendations for small farmers to start cooperatives, and the context there being that there's a need to really have the opportunity to share land, to share knowledge, sales channels, and other resources. And that came up in a couple of different places. And then this is sort of a general one that I think a lot of the work is designed around, but improving the design, implementation, and equity focus of state funding, and also improving technical assistance and expanding it for support with land transition and transactions. And then finally, taking us to goal 4, back to zoning and existing state conservation tools. So there's been a lot of conversation in all contexts about the challenges and limitations with zoning and conservation tools, specifically conservation easements, and the need to increase flexibility with the definitions used and the allowable uses on land. I think that's it. You can go to the next slide. Great. Okay. So I'm going to pause just for a second. That was kind of the SGC report out. If anyone has questions or comments, maybe additions, if you were in any of these sessions, you're welcome to do that. And otherwise, I'm going to transition us to the UC&R portion. Yeah, go ahead, Doria.
I think it was mentioned that in one of the slides that there was a desire for inclusion of kind of the, there's a desire for the inclusion of kind of how Southern agriculture and kind of imported to California, especially in the, oh my goodness, it's early, in the Bakersfield area, and that history needs to be included. But I think they were also saying that they would like to see one of the recommendations be that making sure that education, telling the histories, not just of Bakersfield and Black farmers, but of Native Californians, is included in our recommendations so that people understand why there is even an effort for land equity. Because the assumption is everybody already knows that, or they can read it in the preamble to these sets of recommendations, but that's not necessarily true. It needs to be something that is more available in California culture. And so I think that they were really saying that they would like to see it as a separate recommendation, that we include education for the reasons why we're even embarking on this journey, as one of the recommendation with bullet points of how we would accomplish that.
Thank you for that addition. And if that's not already in the summary of that session, we'll definitely make sure to add it.
I just wanted to mention for the community engagement reporting part of your report for the tribal engagement session that was hosted in Southern California with Golden Eagle Farm, all 4 tribal nations from Southern California. Well, San Diego area, I should say, were there, the Kumeyaay, Kuya, Liseño, and the Kupa, and that's the tribes down there. Yeah, just wanted to highlight that because that's really important and something the state, needs to do more often.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah, we had 24 people, I think, at that session, if I'm remembering correctly. Anything else?
A quick question. What engagement session did the topic of education about the plantation culture in California?
Yeah, we had a session with the Kern County Black Farmers Association in Bakersfield.
Okay, thank you. I was
Yeah.
just looking at it in the briefing packet, looking for it. Thank you.
Great. Oh, yeah, so we emailed them out, right? Yeah, maybe they're not directly in the briefing packet. Sounds like Lauren has a.
The engagement summaries were not included as part of the briefing packet itself because the briefing packet was getting quite extensive. So they were a separate attachment to your meeting emails, and they're all found online. But if for some reason you can't find it, let us know. We'll shoot you a copy.
Yeah, and it,
I have a copy.
great. So they did get emailed out. And it's important to note, it says in each one of those summaries that they are drafts, but just wanting to note that verbally as well. Those are drafts, and the communities who engaged and were present in those sessions are all having a chance to look at them and suggest revisions or changes. So within a week or two, we'll have a final draft that we'll then upload online. Okay, so I want to make sure we have our UCNR folks online. Yeah, we do. Okay, great. So yeah, the UCNR community engagement track was sort of this parallel second track that I mentioned. And we partnered with the UCANR team, the UC Agriculture and Natural Resources team, in order to really expand the capacity of the task force and staff to reach a wider range of communities in more languages, in more regions of the state, and to ensure that we were going to get a lot of really rich information from those sessions. So as you all have realized and have experienced, those sessions take a lot to set up and to host, and then also to digest all of the input that we get. So the UCNR team was able to do that, basically double the amount of engagement that we were able to do over these past few months. And they drafted these really detailed summaries of every session and of every interview that they conducted. So all of these like really nuanced insights and recommendations by draft goal are were also sent. They're not part of the briefing packet, but they are meeting materials. So those were also sent. But then they also created this executive summary because it's a lot to digest. And so the executive summary is just kind of the high level key points of what they learned through their work. And so I wanted to just kind of set that up a little bit. We can go to the next slide. I want to introduce the UCNR team, and then I'll just pass it over to them to share with all of you a bit more about what it is that they did. Sure. Yeah, Christina, if you want to come off mute, if you can, and state your comment. Oh, I see. Okay. For our Indigenous Land Stewards statewide virtual sessions, we had 7 attendees on June 2nd and 15 attendees on June 11th. Okay. Yeah, she's in there. Okay. Well, so we have Dr. Lucy Dykeman, Dr. Chandra Richards, and Christina Murillo-Barrick here with us today. And these are the folks, along with a pretty extensive team at UCNR, that conducted these engagement sessions and the interviews. And so Christina, or whoever wants to kick us off, I will pass it over to you all. You can unmute yourselves and provide any further introduction that you would like to. Thanks for being here.
Thank you and good morning. I'm just going to share my screen here.
Sandra, are you trying to take over screen share?
Yes, if possible.
I might need to stop my share. Give it a try.
Thank you.
Here we go. Give us 1 second. Okay, looking good on our end.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the introductions. As we said, today we will have a presentation by Dr. Lucy Diekman, as well as myself, Dr. Chandra Richards.
Sandra, I am going to ask you if you can speak a little more loudly. I think we're maxed out at volume in our room, so maybe if you could get a little closer to your mic might be helpful.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
That's better.
So as stated, our contract was really funded through the California's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, with the overarching goal of being to work alongside Strategic Growth Council and complement the task force community engagement surveys, sessions, and site visits. So we facilitated 8 focus groups and with stewards and priority producers, as well as 9 interviews with organizations that serve these groups. The goal is really to learn more about agricultural land access challenges for small, urban, and tribal farmers. We'd really like to emphasize that this was and continues to be a united and collective effort. There are a number of individuals across the state within UC Ann Arbor, as well as UC Davis, for which we are very much grateful. So our approach had a number of elements. It essentially included ongoing engagement with a diversity of groups, all of which were appropriate of language, culture, digital access, and traditional forms of agriculture. The engagement really focused and continued throughout the summer by sharing summaries of individuals and follow-ups as the task force report was completed. In the series of focus groups and interviews, we solicited input and directed questions specifically about challenges, ideas for improvement, and feedback on the 9 recommendations from the May draft report. And this is a list of our partners, including etc., the Santa Barbara County Food Action Network, Setakoi Food Hub, and the Community Alliance with Family Farmers. We also worked actively alongside Strategic Growth Council staff to identify groups to engage. For many farmers, the starting point was to really utilize our Small Farms Advisor Network, as well as educators and their existing relationships as much as possible. And if that wasn't really possible, then we worked with partner organizations to reach the farm communities that Strategic Growth Council identified. Everyone really deserves a place at the table here, so we also wanted to host one-on-one interviews if they could not or did not want to participate in the larger sessions. We also brainstormed groups to interview in conjunction with Strategic Growth Council, and these groups are throughout the state include North Cal Coast Growers Association, Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, the Center for Land-Based Learning, UC Cooperative Extension Marin County, Alameda County Resource Conservation District, UC Cooperative Extension Fresno County, the Flower Farm in Ventura and Santa Barbara, who requested an interview, First Nation Development Institute, and lastly, San Diego County Food System Alliance. Our project timeline spanned April to July to identify partners and to develop and translate material, as well as conduct focus groups and interviews, while compiling draft summaries and analyzing these summaries into the final report. This was a condensed timeline, but we were really still able to engage about 100 people across all of the conversations. Time was very much of the essence for this contract, and also these reflections as we move towards December 2025. Some of the summaries that we created were developed and created into visuals to really identify priority producers and stewards, as well as further identify those key barriers and recommendations. In alignment with the Agricultural Land Equity Task Force is the UC ANR project, Climate Action and Land Equity, which is also known as CALE. And that program is funded by the Department of Conservation. Our CALE project manager, Sierra Reese, created these visuals based on the tribal focus groups, hosting 22 participants, and really emphasizes unique land access issues, opportunity for growth, and also community empowerment for stewards. And now I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Lucy Diekman.
Thank you, Chandra, and you can move ahead to the next slide. Good morning, task force members. It's an honor to be with you today. I also just want to do a sound check. Can you hear me okay, or should I speak up?
You're great. Thanks.
So I think my hope today is to share a few of the key themes that emerged from the interviews and focus groups. I did not arrange these by goals the way they were in Tessa's slide, but I do want to let you know that we have, as Tessa was saying, extensive records of the recommendations that people had for individual goals. We were looking at 9 in the May draft report versus the 4 in this month's report. And you can find those summarized in the overview document, as well as individual comments organized by goal and strategy and all of the draft summaries. In the couple of minutes that I have with you, I won't be able to get into all of the detail that we heard. We, I think, gathered a lot of really insightful perspective and experiences from the land stewards and priority producers that we worked with. And so I also hope to encourage you, if you have time and haven't had a chance to already, to sort of engage with some of those longer form products that we have. Sort of as an overarching motivation, we asked at the end of our interviews people what they would tell you if they had the opportunity to speak to you. And I think one of the things that really came up over and over again is that secure, stable, affordable access to land is the foundation for land stewardship that is invested in community, local economies, food production, environmental sustainability, all with an eye to future generations. So I wanted to share that as a little bit of the why that the people that we spoke to brought to these conversations. Next slide. So we, this presentation is organized around some of the themes that emerged from our conversations. So we asked everyone about challenges they were experiencing, as well as their ideas for improving land access. And they fell into a couple of common categories that all affect people's relationship with the land, as well as the security of their tenure. And so I'm going to talk briefly today about regulation, about land suitability, a couple of ideas related to land tenure. Things that came up that I won't get to in the presentation include social issues, which people mentioned most frequently when it comes to finding land and negotiating land access arrangements, and economic issues, which came up as a primary challenge when it comes to staying on the land. Next slide. So what I wanted to highlight here, I imagine at this point for all of you, that the challenges are really well known. As a couple of things that people mentioned in terms of their ideas for securing or improving the security of land tenure. And one was that across our engagement sessions, people recognized that agricultural land is in transition and at risk of being lost. And so there was a desire for ag land to be protected now, often through land trusts or community land trusts, so that it could be made available to priority producers and land stewards in the future. As it sounds like came up in some of the task force engagement sessions this summer as well, there was a lot of support for cooperative and collective models for accessing and managing land. And with that, the desire for support for those types of arrangements to be included in the task force reports. Next slide. When we talked about land, it quickly became clear that access to land alone is not enough. Participants really emphasized all of the characteristics and attributes that are needed to make land usable for stewardship and agriculture. And they particularly emphasized water access, infrastructure, proximity to housing for producers, proximity to markets, and size was a recurring theme as well. A lot of people felt that the size of land that was for sale or the size of parcels that were being prioritized for production protection, sorry, were too large for the needs of small scale operators. With that in mind, some of the recommendations that I want to highlight for you are, one, the request that the task force consider all of these elements of land suitability in addition to or beyond prime farmland status when trying to prioritize what land should be included in this initiative. There was a fear that focusing exclusively or extensively on prime farmland would leave out certain regions of the state and land that people are already actively and successfully using for stewardship and agriculture. Given the essential nature of infrastructure, there was also a lot of support for tools and resources, whether those were financial, technical, or policy-based, that would enable farmers and others to invest in critical infrastructure. Next slide. As I imagine you have heard as well, a really strong theme throughout our engagement sessions was the burden of over-regulation. And I wanted to particularly call your attention today to the difficulties that kept coming up at the local level. We did talk about state agricultural policies and the ways in which those are not tailored for stewards and farmers who are operating at different sizes or coming from different cultural traditions. But one of the things that was repeated was how difficult it was dealing at the local level with codes, permitting, and enforcements. And if you have the opportunity to look at some of your documents, our documents, you'll see that there are a lot of suggestions about how to improve those processes and relationships. But just a few that came up were having building codes that had more of an agricultural track. There was a sense that a lot of times farmers were being asked to do things that were excessive and unnecessary and costly. Septic systems came up repeatedly as a barrier to doing other projects. And so there was the hope that requirements around septic systems could be revisited. And enforcement was a challenge, just the relationship, a lack of trust, a feeling like those interactions were not constructive and working towards solutions, but a little bit more focused on being corrective and punitive. And so there was a desire to have staff who were more knowledgeable and supportive and really dedicated to working with farmers and land stewards. And I want to echo here too, the comment that was made about education. It's not on these slides, but that was also a theme within our sessions, a lot of desire for education, particularly with decision makers about agriculture and land stewardship. So landowners, regulators, but also with the general public. Next slide. As I was saying earlier, I didn't think we had time in this presentation to go into individual goals, and so I wanted to just highlight some of the high-level comments that were made about the draft recommendations. And to start by saying, in general, people were really appreciative of the work that the task force is doing and very supportive of the individual goals and recommendations. When concerns were raised, they really had to do with implementation of future policies and future programs that come out of your work. And so those concerns around implementation fell into four main categories. First, there was a lot of concern based on past experience that as new policies and programs are implemented, that they wouldn't have the intended results and they wouldn't benefit the intended recipients or beneficiaries. And to try to remedy that, some of the suggestions included really strongly and clearly indicating who are the priority recipients, the target audience for these things. So within the agricultural community, making it very clear that BIPOC, small scale farmers, other priority producers are the intended recipients. Otherwise, there's a lot of fear that more well-resourced farmers would end up accessing resources and policies first. There was also just desire that the language in parts of the report be more specific about what things were going to be done and how, and that there were some more measures built in for accountability so that there could be progress tracked and people held accountable as implementation moves forward. People also shared experiences that they've had where favorable policies have been adopted and they still don't translate into on-the-ground changes. And so some of the recommendations that people had in relation to that concern were one in the May draft report. There were a lot of recommendations that had to do with or would it require the involvement and support of local government. And so participants felt that the likelihood that those would succeed would be greater if people who would be involved in implementing them, so local government staff, other relevant local entities were involved in developing those solutions and hopefully making sure that they were going to be feasible and more likely to be successful. People also shared some of the challenges they already experience with some of these policies or programs and hoped that the task force would also be able to address some of those existing barriers as new, more expansive programs are also introduced. So whether that's a technical challenge, a financial challenge, making sure that some of those additional supports are built in. Particularly from people in a couple of different regions and areas. I think urban ag was already mentioned earlier. There were comments just about some of the regional differences and how they might impact the way tools are rolled out, the types of impacts they have, and ultimately their success. And so there was the desire that the task force acknowledge and account for regional differences as you are thinking about various tools and policies towards this larger goal of increasing equitable land access. And then finally, people described frequently the types of barriers that they face when trying to access current programs, funding opportunities, and information, and stressed the importance of technical assistance and support systems that facilitate access to those things, particularly in multiple languages, and that are inclusive of different cultural traditions. And so to ensure that any new programs and policies are equitably available to the intended beneficiaries, participants felt that it was also important to have that assistance and support infrastructure around new initiatives that come out of your work. Next slide. So again, I don't want to belabor this point, but just to give you sort of an overview of what we've created. We have a brief executive summary, a slightly longer summary of feedback that compiles in a little bit more detail all of the information that we received, and then much longer summaries of focus groups and interviews, but individually those are all about 3 to 4 pages. And so again, as there are areas or groups that are, particularly relevant or of interest, I do encourage you to take a look as you are able. People really shared a lot of nuanced and interesting perspectives. Next slide. So we are at the end of our presentation. Hopefully there'll be time for questions and discussion, but I also wanted to say that the 3 of us who are here today are happy to continue answering questions and as we can and be helpful in the process if that's useful. And also, as Chandra mentioned, we had a lot of collaborators among our colleagues, and I think all of them would be happy to discuss more as well. And if you would like to reach out to any of them individually, we'd be happy to put you in touch. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lucy and Chandra and Christina. Thanks so much for that great presentation. We can just open it up for questions now. We have plenty of time, so I'll let you all engage. Any questions from the task force members?
I just had a quick question on, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Really appreciate the detailed overview. And I'm just wondering where those materials are that you shared at the beginning, those 1-pagers. I don't think I've seen those before, but I'm wondering if those are publicly available or can be shared with the task force members.
They are. They're in the meeting materials for the meeting. It was a long document.
Maybe I just haven't gotten done.
Yep. Yeah, they're in the. Yeah, we shared via email 2 PDFs. The first with the overview and the executive summary, and then the second with all of the detailed summaries of each session and interview. And that visual that you saw was the tribal session specifically.
I was just curious, were the folks that the UC A&R that they interviewed, were they compensated? Yeah, okay. I just had to clarify real quick.
Yep, definitely.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. This is Emily Berganio. I don't have any questions right now, but I look forward to reading the actual interviews. I plan on doing that at a later time.
Do you all want to add any details or final notes? No pressure. We have a couple more minutes. Like James has a question.
Hi. Yes, thank you for the presentation and for all of the body of work that went into that. There's a lot of meetings and interviews. I wanted to say thank you. And I'm curious if kind of aggregated with kind of the aggregation of themes and ideas, if when you look at the current draft of the policy recommendations, if there's anything there that jumps out as particularly aligned or not. And if that, if that triangulation hasn't happened, I'd be curious if there was a way to do that, just to kind of, if there on its face, if there's a way to kind of see if there are sync ups and linkages between the broad kind of takeaways from the work that you all did and what the existing policy recommendations look like, and it'd be interesting to see if they are, and if not, where the kind of delta is between the two.
I think, well, I hope that Chandra and Christina will jump in. I will say that we haven't done that exhaustively. I did try to look at what was in the August draft in preparation for this presentation, and to highlight, I think in some areas, I think where it seems like there's alignment, particularly around, say, like accessing public land, whether that's at the state or local level for agriculture, there was support and agreement for, and I think that's in here. And then in other areas where I think there might be a lot more content and interest in what we found than what's in the report. And that comes back to, say, for example, with the regulations, the stuff that's the desire for more to happen at the local level. It looks like there's been a lot of work in the latest draft around state level regulations, but we really heard so much about the challenges that people are facing at the local level. And so that is, I think, an area where wanted to sort of reiterate those comments because it does seem like perhaps there could be more in the next draft. There were also a few sort of overarching comments that we didn't mention, one of which I think had to do with the organization of the May draft report. I think people wished for it to be more accessible to intended beneficiaries, so to tribal land stewards and to priority producers, and also to be a little bit more grounded. We got some comments that it felt a little top down, acknowledging that you have two very different audiences here, the people who would hopefully benefit from the work that you're doing, and then a more legislative and policy focused audience. And so I didn't mention that as much, just because I felt like you have taken strides between May and August to condense what's in the report, to make it, I think, hopefully a more, easily digested by the public. And it sounds like there's also case studies in the which I think will help with some of those comments about grounding the findings in sort of more grassroots experiences.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely, at least on one of the subcommittees, I know, or on multiple, that we kind of looked at Sigma and Coastal Commission Act and some of the like broader regulation challenges that kind of impede development on farm and things like that. So that's good. There's synergy there. Thank you.
James, that reminded me as well. I think something I wanted to say, but didn't probably mention was particularly in the realm of regulation. I think one of the obstacles that came up is just the time and time frame. We had multiple people tell us, that they're 3 or 4 years into trying to get a permit and there's no end in sight and there's no resolution. And so in your work thinking about creating new policies and reforming regulations, I think time is another element of equity and of just sort of viability for what people are trying to accomplish through their stewardship in agriculture. And so if there's a possibility to expedite things, to make things quicker, or at the very least to have a bounded time frame that people can work around, that could be an important consideration as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great call out. I think in one of our subcommittee groups, we did uplift some draft language suggesting like a permitting shot clock of like 90 days or a certain amount of time where if those permits are not granted, the project can go on as long as it's, kind of up to code in other ways, so to speak. But there is some draft language in the new report around shortening the time that like the process, if process becomes a barrier due to time, that is something that should be ameliorated.
That sounds great. And I think would be very impactful and appreciated. I mean, one other thing that comes to mind, and I think is harder to sort of fit into the framework of the report is, we did also get comments sort of about the significance of land as being a source of wealth and control and autonomy. And I think related to that, there was a desire as much as possible to shift systems. So not just to offer more resources and more programs, but really to think about how that work is being done so that control is still not being held by people who are not the intended beneficiaries, but to the extent that it is possible for land trust decision making to be given over to, or at least very deeply informed by, Indigenous land stewards and priority producers. I think there was just sort of some larger conversation just about power dynamics and what those mean in the context of land reform.
Thank you, Lucy. And thanks for those questions, James. I think we're gonna keep going. We have a few more minutes in this session, but just want to give a lot of gratitude again for all of you being here and for all of this immense amount of work that you did over the past few months in a short timeline. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the offer to be in touch. It sounds like the task force members are going to review in more depth the summaries. And that also brings me to this slide, which is a bit more of a discussion around how we're going to continue to digest all of these insights and all of the engagement session and interview summaries. So yeah, Lucy, Chandra, Christina, thank you so much. You're welcome to continue listening and yeah, being on this meeting, and otherwise you're free to go. We'll be moving along here.
Can I ask one clarifying question?
Oh, sure.
Where would the interview information for the San Diego Food System Alliance interviews, where would that be found in your summary?
It's in the interview summaries, and there's an index or a table of contents right at the top. So it's the third one. I think it's on page 9. And I'm not sure what form that you all received that in, but hopefully as a PDF, it's relatively easy to navigate. I think it should be hyperlinked if you click on it. And if there's time, Tessa, I know Christina had put a few comments in the chat, and I wondered if there was a chance for her to say those as well.
Sure, yeah. Sorry, Christina. Go ahead.
That's okay. I know you all are short of time. Hi, everyone. Christina Murillo Barrick. I serve as the inaugural Black, Indigenous, and People of Color Community Development Advisor. I cover 4 counties, and I also work on statewide projects. As my colleague stated, I was part of this project. And I just wanted to respond a little bit to James' question. There's a lot of information shared in these sessions, but we were trying to pull out some themes, and I think a lot of this is just the beginning of the conversation, so thank you for being involved. I did want to point to a couple of takeaways, and I did put them in the chat. One really important takeaway, and this one's pretty obvious, but worth highlighting or underlining, is that the recommendations overwhelmingly resonated with the folks that we were talking with, particularly based on the different groups. And Chandra and I were involved in the tribal land steward session. So recommendation 1 and 2, as they were written at the time regarding tribal sovereignty and kind of land back, were very, very important. So if you can look at the summaries of the various groups had, obviously gave a lot of importance to certain recommendations that spoke to their experiences. Another takeaway I wanted to point out was about jurisdiction, scale, and vulnerability, and how those could be centered in solutions. So to give you a little bit of a sense of what I mean by that, there was a lot of talk about land management and things that can be done on the land. And one thing that we were discussing yesterday was, who has jurisdiction in terms of these recommendations are made at the statewide level. So is there for example, a map of what statewide or state-owned lands look like in terms of implementing the various recommendations, like making long-term leases and affordable leases available, et cetera. Because once there is a jurisdiction identified, then there is kind of a mechanism to start trying things out on the land. One of the limitations that Lucy talked about was like local government. So they have a different jurisdiction. The scale piece is about a lot of these participants are working on a really small scale, whereas a lot of policy is written for really large scale commercial ag. So centering the scale of what's happening, and particularly the vulnerability around a lot of those historically marginalized groups. Another piece that Lucy spoke about was deregulation or overregulation. So one idea is to employ kind of a harm reduction strategy. So for example, when we're talking about a lot of the policies that are made, again, are made thinking of kind of larger landowners. And so if there is some sort of metric for what small is, it does help to kind of employ a harm reduction, like this is a little too small to like the policy is generally designed for really large players, whereas when you're a small scale farm or a small scale landscape, kind of making an exception might be one way to move around that. And then the last piece was one really key factor, I think, is that agriculture, thinking of agriculture as one mode of kind of good land use, and I know that that's a very value-ridden statement, but including practices like land stewards and farm workers and incentivizing beneficial practice. Traditionally, I think the way that Western thought has conceptualized land is as conservation land on the one hand, which has kind of got the aesthetics, the research, the recreational use, and then there's like working lands, which are kind of given a different set of values. But including traditional land practices and conceptualizing agriculture as a much more broad tent concept, I think is one key piece to the recommendations, because the word agriculture generally some folks don't see themselves as fitting under that. term, particularly when it comes to like traditional ecological knowledge practices. So making it very explicitly that when this task force is talking about land use and agriculture, that it does include a variety of land uses, I think is one really important piece that I wanted to just highlight. So those are some of my thoughts. And again, I'm happy to talk about this at length, and my colleagues and I are also going to be like looking at that data from more of a research lens in depth. So I look forward to talking about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. Appreciate that. All right. So just a couple of notes here on what's next. I mentioned the town hall, and I mentioned this community engagement sort of deadline that we set as the end of this month. That's the timeline we're working on. And then the next step for all of you and with staff support will be incorporating the insights for the October draft. And so ideally that would happen with both tracks, both of these parallel engagement tracks that we've been talking about. And the proposal here is to set up a couple one or two working groups to do that. As you know, there's a really big body of insights and summaries now that we've generated. And so we'll talk a bit more about what that might look like in the working session on tomorrow, I think, later today or tomorrow. But just to kind of foreshadow that for you all, that'll be the way that these insights that you all essentially direct which insights and lessons learned are going to be incorporated into your draft. And we can probably get the slides that they just presented to kind of help that process as well. And then, thank you, Lucy. Got it. Okay. Yeah, there's some chat activity. I know everyone in the room cannot see that, but we can read it if necessary. So finally, just wanting to note in the context of outreach, this deadline for community engagement is indeed August 31st, but we wanted to make a note that, and sort of, I guess, an offer and an ask to all of you around if you would like to continue sharing this work in the context of conferences and existing meetings. So last year, if you'll remember, we were at a few of them. We went to the Black Farmers Conference in Fresno. I think we went to the Latino Farmers Conference. We went to Eco Farm. We went to the Pacific Tribal Summit in August, I think it was. So anyway, we went to a lot of engagement opportunities, really just to share the information about the task force. And now we would have this draft in hand. So we wanted to kind of check that with you all. Staff can continue identifying and engaging in those conferences if you feel like that's a good use of time. And just like last year, you all would be, welcome to come if and when those opportunities come about. So wanted to mention that explicitly. That would, kind of pick up again this fall and go through next year. And then staff's role next year, I think as Camille had kind of mentioned earlier, January through June will be the last 6 months of this work formally, which will include distribution of the report, of the final report. So that's what staff will be working on as well. And this is sort of just, I guess, a heads up and letting you all know. And then in October, we can talk about a more specific plan for what that January through June of next year might look like. Yeah.
One quick addition to that is the distribute final draft January through June. We also are planning, as we had mentioned in May, to also have like fact sheets tailored to certain audiences. That will be a very important part of that distribution as well. So that we'll have more materials than just the report as a way of trying to reach communities, as Lucy mentioned, speak to them directly about what they've been working through, and then what this task force has done to address it. So I wanted to make that small addition.
Yeah, that's a great point. So that's it for the community engagement report, unless anyone has any questions.
So the town hall, can you just real quick, you don't have to go too in depth, because that's not considered a task force meeting, right? So what is the intention of the town hall? Is it to get feedback from participants? And we're hoping to get feedback on the 20th to include them into the report in 10 days?
By the October draft.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So we're not gonna include them in, because we're saying the final written comments would be August 30th or
Mhm.
31st, excuse me.
Yeah, so we're basically, that's the cutoff date for additional engagement activities, and the town hall is one of them.
That makes sense. So, and then my other question, or not really question, just recommendation, when you plan on continuing sharing the work at the conferences, I think it would be a vital to share information about the funding assistance that'll be available, or at least in the stages of outreach, I would hope.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. And yeah, the town hall, maybe just to add a little bit more detail around that. That's a virtual session. We'll actually have 2 sessions on August 20th. I think it's at noon and at 5. At 6. Okay, thank you. At noon and at 6. They'll be in English with Spanish and Chinese interpretation. All of you are welcome to join and sit in. And it'll be a moment to introduce additional community members to the draft report and get their input. So, yeah, let us know if you want to RSVP and we will make sure that we don't have more than 6 of you on any given session. There are 2, so almost all of you will be able to join if you'd like. All right, I think that's a wrap for this section. No, it's not.
One really quick note about those town halls. We had heard in a previous meeting, it'd be very important to re-engage with people who have been part of our process. So in addition to some site visits that were kind of co-coordinated when we returned to San Diego, this is another way we have sent tailored emails to every person who provided public comment at a point in your meeting, who was a guest speaker, who was a site visit host, who filled out the survey and asked to be contacted. All of those people have received individualized emails to attend these town halls. So that's our attempt, one of our attempts to re-engage with people who have been engaged.
They're working. So I assume in the August 20 town halls is our last chance to like directly collecting feedback from the farmers and producers, right?
Exactly.
So I will highly recommend all our task force members to outreach to our group of people. I know each of us have a group of people standing behind us, and I highly recommend everyone to do a last round of outreach to make sure that we have reached a lot of people for the August 20 town hall. And also, I'm curious, what is the format for this August 20 town hall? What as a farmer, what they can expect? Is it going to be a host asking questions to them, or is it going to be any? What is the format?
Yeah, it will be a presentation, an overview of the task force and an overview of the draft report for maybe 15 minutes or so. So a short presentation at the beginning. And then we will have prompting questions, and they will have a chance to speak. So they can speak or write into the chat, whatever works best for them. We are also thinking about having like a digital board, because these are all going to be virtual, where people can leave comments to hopefully allow for different forms of engagement.
Okay. So for farmers and producers who have language barriers, like Spanish speaking or Chinese speaking, Korea speaking farmers, will they have opportunity to respond the question with their language? And,
Yeah.
And also put in the chat with their language.
Yes. So we will have Chinese interpretation and Spanish interpretation, not, did you say Korean? So just Chinese. They can speak in their language. If they do type something in the chat, we won't be able to read it live unless you're there, Chi, and you want to respond. But we will capture the chat and translate it and make sure that all of that is captured.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, thank you for those questions.
Just as a final reminder, folks can always submit additional written public comment to our email address. So we're really hopeful that we'll get a significant turnout for both the town hall sessions. And we can't ask for tons of time from folks. So we're trying to come up with creative ways to collect as much input as we can and support anyone who might have digital limitations. So we're going to provide a few different mechanisms for that. But if people are still thinking about it and they want to share more afterwards at any point in time, they can email that land equity email and we'll collect it and incorporate it and feed it back to you all as well. We haven't gotten much action on that email address just yet, but it is there. Nelson, were you going to say something?
I just had a question, might be a little bit early for this, but it's about the distributing the final draft and the planned outreach after the task force ends. Is the plan to inform folks on the final draft recommendations in the report? And is there opportunities for folks to also provide input or feedback at that time, even though the task force is completed? And then what does that look like if so?
Sure. I can get us started. Well, you're still working on iterating your draft between this meeting in October and between October and November. So there's still opportunity for comment, but we're kind of starting to hone in on the language, right? Which is why we were emphasizing that the August meeting is your last opportunity for new ideas. And at some point you kind of have to have a cutoff for new ideas in order to get to the finish line. But along the way, the next couple of months, it's still considered draft. Once the report is final and submitted, I'm not really sure if there's a process. There's not really a process to edit at that point. There might be an opportunity to collect input on that, or maybe seek some type of input on implementation, or folks might take it and use it as a piece to advocate for policy implementation or policy change. But I would also kind of like to maybe put a pin in that and revisit that tomorrow when we're thinking about work planning and next steps. I think that'll be important to think about in our coming meetings as well. Did you have anything else, Camille, on that? Irene, go ahead. Anyone on sleepy time? Grab purple mic.
I think this works. Okay, thank you. I was just curious, should we have people be prepared with anything when they come to the town hall?
Would love it if they actually gave the draft report a review. If they have specific comments related to the actual words on the page, that is always most helpful. It's more challenging to incorporate, kind of a general feedback. If someone says, for example, this feels vague, which specific parts might feel vague? Do you have an idea for how to achieve more specificity? That type of thing.
Is it in Spanish?
Yeah, no. So we're getting the slides translated, which has the report outline and the goals, and then like the higher level recommendations. So we will send that out in advance to all of those who have registered for the Zoom sessions. So they won't be able to read through the full report. To your point, it's not translated. That's it.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just making sure when we invite folks that we know what to.
Yeah, it'll be basically the
prepare them.
report outline, high level, that will be in Spanish and Chinese.
Oh, great. So we should all probably register, get that.
Yeah, I mean, we can send that to the task force
Oh,
members, but anyone else who's gonna attend outside the task force should register.
Thank you.
Okay, let's pause a moment and see if we have any public comment specifically related to this conversation on engagement reports. And I will just take the moment to remind folks for public comment, we're asking folks to stay to around 2 minutes, and it's public comment is a little bit funky because it's not really an opportunity for exchange with the task force members. Task force members can decide at their discretion to reply or respond or instruct staff to respond. So public comments might be phrased in the form of a question. That does not necessarily mean that there'll be a response provided. Anything in the room? Okay, and nothing online. Okay, team, first 15-minute break, and then we are going to roll up our sleeves and get into our working session. Thank you for accomplishing that first section, and let's come back to our seats if we can at, say, 10:46, so we're ready to go at 10:47. Okay, thank you.
Check my schedule on the 20th, but I'll let you know today. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, fabulous task force members. Are brain cells fired up? Are we feeling caffeinated? I might be feeling overhydrated. I'm just trying to stay warm with hot tea. Okay, everyone ready? We're missing Irene. Tori's refilling her coffee, and Emily will be right back. James, Ruth, you back online with us?
Yes, I am back.
Wonderful. Okay,
Yes, back as well.
thank you. We are about to embark on our working session. Our working session is going to carry us to the lunch break. Lunch break is scheduled from 12:30 to 1:30. And then we're going to come back and we're going to do some more work together before we close out for afternoon site visits at 3. So this is what we're pivoting into today, or for the rest of the morning and afternoon. I will walk through procedures in a moment. We've got a particular slide that will tell us what our approach is. But first, if you'll recall this glorious rainbow timeline that you saw last meeting, I just wanted to bring this up again with some small adjustments and really honing in on the balance of our time together. So the important thing is the longest stretch of time is between today, August 13th and 14th, your meeting right now, to your next quarterly meeting, October 15th and 16th. As we had indicated back in May, this meeting is kind of our last opportunity for new ideas. So this is your chance to get it all out there. We are going to engage in some really detailed dialogue, and there might be some things that we still have yet to work out. And I guarantee we're not going to be able to work them all out between today and tomorrow, which is why we suspect we'll have a little bit of work to do with subcommittees and working groups, primarily during the month of September, early to mid-September. We have access to advisory committee as necessary, and also interagency folks are reviewing your draft. But a lot of the work needs to occur today and in through September to get you prepared for an October draft. We meet again for 2 days in October in Ventura, the 15th and 16th, and we'll really be working hard to refine concepts, do some wordsmith, come to agreement on the final contents of your report, consider design. And then it's a fast turnaround, less than a month to your next meeting in November, and then final meeting December 11th. Okay, we're still aiming and still on track for a report submission December 18th. So we're in compliance and everyone can enjoy a relaxing holiday season. So that's just lighting a little fire under us, right? Okay, let's first start off with a summary of key revisions since your May meeting. Camille's going to walk us through this.
Thank you. So this is a very brief description of all of the work that you all supported between the May meeting and where we are today with the August draft. I'll be very brief here. I'm happy to sort of answer more substantial questions. If there are any, we can get into any of these details. But noting that that staff, based on your May meeting, made revisions to the draft and resent that to you all. The working groups met. Most met at least once, most met more than once, actually, and some as many as 4 times between June 13th and July 14th to advance the work. And so we appreciate all of you for participating in that process. There were moments in that process when advisory committee members were called upon to offer specific forms of assistance as well. So appreciate those committee members for their assistance. After that working group process closed, staff again took the sections of the report that everyone had been working on in their individual working groups and reconsolidated them. And based on that, reorganized the report. We did this based on feedback from task force members that the report really could be better streamlined. There was some repetition that could be reduced. There were some things that emerged in working groups, like some things that maybe were actually more of tools or mechanisms to achieve a goal were listed as a goal, like zoning or something like that. So some changes were made to hopefully make this report more streamlined, more concise, and more digestible. one other kind of clarification, and we are now going to have the opportunity to hear your feedback on that attempt. One other quick thing to say is that if you remember, there were working groups that had discussion items assigned. So these were new ideas that emerged in May, like crop land repurposing, like a new government entity. What should that look like, right? So those discussion items, there were originally 4. Instead of putting them into the report, we kept them separate so that you all can think about them and decide how and whether to put them in the report. So that discussion is saved for tomorrow. So if you don't see those discussion items, it's not that they're gone. It's just that today we're going to really focus on the content in the report. Tomorrow we're getting into those new ideas that came up since May. So I wanted to note that for everyone. One last thing. So in our effort to reorganize, consolidate, reduce repetition, and really clarify overarching goals, the report is now organized around 4 goals. 1, tribal stewardship and land return. 2, protected and thriving agricultural lands. 3, equitable land transition and acquisition. And 4, secure land tenure. So we now are going to kind of open it up and see whether there are any broad comments, feedback on this draft before we then jump into the specifics of each of these goals.
Okay, because it's robust and because there is a lot to discuss, we had to come up with a plan. How are you going to do this? What we would like to do is propose a strict time limit, approximately 35 minutes for each report discussion session. Like, for example, goal 1 is a discussion session and all the sub goals contained therein. Goal 2, discussion session. We kind of need everyone's cooperation on that if we're going to get through all the conversation between today and tomorrow. The goal here is to surface any remaining issues, concerns, or ideas related to the goals and sub goals, and collect that, and then we can use that information to carry the work forward with subcommittees and or working groups and with staff between August and October. To help us jumpstart your conversations today, we put together a very informal, what we call a level of support poll, and sent that out to you all along with the draft report about a month ago. I'm happy to say we got 9 responses to that level of support poll. It's really just a litmus test, right? Like, where are you at with things? We're going to show those results in aggregate, so anonymous, and in some instances, folks offered some commentary and a little feedback, specific feedback on specific sub goals. We did some paraphrasing of that, and we're going to pull that up on screen just to reflect it back to you to get those conversations started. And then we want to open it up for dialogue, and we want to capture everything else that you have to share. And we'll do that in a spreadsheet form. That will help us inform our next steps, how to advance and further refine that particular portion of your report. Our discussion order, just Camille kind of nodded to this, but we'll start with some general comments on the report structure, language. How do you like the reorganization? Is there anything you wanted to share by way of commenting on the glossary of terms, the front matter, the executive summary, etc.? Then we'll just talk through our goals and sub goals in chronological order. And then we'll talk about the new concepts. Today, we should be able to get through general comments, goals 1 and goal 2 before lunch, break for lunch, come back, talk about goals 3 and goal 4, then conclude for the day. And then we come back tomorrow, start the conversation with new concepts, with a little flex time to go back and revisit anything that we weren't able to conclude or needed some more time from today. Couple things to remember here. So let's just keep this in mind. Every recommendation is going to need wordsmithing. So the goal today is not to nitpick every word, though we do know that language matters. Words are important, absolutely 100%. To the extent that there are some direct suggestions you all have, let's hear it, let's capture it. But just want to acknowledge that the full report will need more than one editorial review. All recommendations need wordsmithing. We don't need to finalize every detail yet, but we do need to move closer to the goalpost. What we need is feedback from you all to help figure out how to make the recommendations the strongest, the most impactful, and to shape your next steps so we can carry this work forward after today. When you see the poll results, there's not everything doesn't enjoy strong agreement just yet. And that's great. That's okay, because that uncertainty or spread across level of support is very valuable, right? That can help us decide whether the recommendation needs deeper work or possibly something should be included. And we might need to have some challenging conversations between today and tomorrow. And that's really important too. And also, a few don't support votes doesn't automatically mean a recommendation is not included. And again, it's just a litmus test. Maybe you just don't support it today as is. And we want to do some work to get it to a place where you're like, yeah, I'm definitely supportive of that. But if we're still feeling that way about a particular idea, we need to get together to determine our next steps towards a path forward, what you want to do with that. In October is where we're going to really do some of that hard work about, kind of deciding and coming to agreement around every individual goal and sub-goal in your report. We had a lot of great engagement with task force members in the form of working groups between May and August, and we really helped us to identify champions for certain ideas, and we might need to do that again this time around. So if you feel strongly about an idea and you're willing to help us work on that after today's conversation, please let us know or hold that in your mind. So when we get to identifying those needs tomorrow, you'll be ready with your hand up to volunteer. All right, that's our plan. Everyone is ready for that. Are there any questions about our proposed approach? We're excited. Everyone's ready to go. Okay, well, oh, I forgot about this one. Camille. Camille wanted to talk about this.
Just to highlight for you all that we, to Megan's point, anticipate there being a lot of work between now and October to make sure that October draft is something you all can start to really find consensus around. So we wanted to flag, we are not going to assign membership to this right now. This is not what we need to do in this moment, but wanted to note for you all that right now staff were anticipating between now and the October draft, we would need some working groups that were focused on specific tasks that need to be achieved. One is reviewing and incorporating as desired interagency feedback. One is helping staff to kind of review and approve that any changes made in tone and consistency are appropriate and reflect the task force's wishes. And again, every task force member will review this in October, but we need it to get one step closer before then, and you all will be valuable as working groups in that way. And then we're anticipating 2 working groups because those engagement insights between the work that you and staff have done and then the work that UC&R has done is so robust. We can kind of split that work up and make sure those insights are also incorporated appropriately. So these are sort of tasks that working groups would assist with. So again, not assigning those right now, but have those in your mind as you think about the work that's ahead. And the other thing I'll note is that we are anticipating if there is a goal today, or that, and there likely will be at least a goal that has further discussion needed before we can get to a place of consensus in October, we can set up a subcommittee to talk about that goal. So let's say goal 2, there's additional issues that have been identified that cannot be resolved today. We'll set up a goal 2 subcommittee meeting and we'll continue to work on those issues so that the October draft is that much further along. So that's our plan. I want you all to have those kind of tools in your mind as we continue the discussion. Any questions about that kind of toolkit that we're going to be having in our minds as we move forward? Yeah, go ahead. We already
Okay.
Okay. I didn't have any questions specific to like the toolkit, but Just want to clarify, the working groups, is that operating on the existing draft, or will there be an updated draft that we'll all be responding to?
Great question. So tomorrow we'll have these timelines spelled out for you, but we will update the draft based on everything that happens today and the working group, or today and tomorrow. And the working group will be working with that updated draft based on this meeting. Yeah, okay. We'll have some timelines that will hopefully make that clearer, and we can always hop to them if anyone wants that visual at any point in this process.
All right, let's get to it. First 15 minutes, if we need it, let's open it up for general feedback. So do you have any comments, ideas that you would like us to capture, anything you want to share generally related to the report? Structure, front matter. We'll avoid specifics on the goals themselves, just general feedback. And I think we only have 3 working mics right now, so we could probably disconnect them from their stanchions and pass them around. And I will probably go try to get us some more batteries. Oh, Tessa did. Fabulous. Please let us know too, if task force members, if you need a hard copy of the draft. I think everyone has one.
So general feedback about the whole report, that's what we're talking?
Yes, if you have any,
I
if
would
there's anything you want to
say
share.
one general feedback that the task force I'd like to revisit would be the use of the term sovereignty, and I think it's used in different contexts in the draft, but I would recommend that we talk about only using the term of tribal sovereignty. There's talk about inherent sovereignty or sovereignty of a farm worker, but I think maybe use some different terms to be more specific, because I'd like to limit it to just to be clear with the audience and those who read it that there is actually tribal sovereignty that's that tribes get through either through the Constitution, executive order, or Congress, that tribes have, that I want to protect, and I don't want to be confused with other terms, maybe talking about independence or freedom or individual rights, but I do want to protect the term when we talk about tribal sovereignty in the report. So that's just a general comment.
So this is maybe a little bit in the weeds, but one, I just wanted to say I really do appreciate the summary of goals and recommendations section. I think that that's new. But I would encourage us to think about the order that that we're presenting the what are they called, sub goals in, and make sure that that flows in terms of impact and what's kind of some of the goals are more impactful and maybe we should lead with those, and then things that are kind of supportive goals, so supporting goals should be after. But just noticing that might make it more readable and more accessible for people.
Really appreciate all the graphic information, percentages of land ownership. I do feel like there could be, it is inherently throughout all of this context and information, but a bit more of a it does this on the pie chart, like kind of highlighting what is actually being shown there. but maybe in the farm size in relation to percentage of total acres. I know that like for me, when I was urban farming, when I'm thinking about 50, 100, 250, 1,000, those are all just large. And maybe, giving a little more context here to explain what that looks like for people that are unfamiliar with acres.
I think you were wondering if it could be rephrased. So I think, Nathaniel, what I heard you say there is it'd be helpful to describe what small farms really means based on the grounded stories that we've been hearing. Give them more context, what the realities are of those different farm sizes. Is that what you were requesting there?
Yeah, on page 11 and 12, it does do a good job, but it gets really informational and less like at the very end, it seems like a very short point that doesn't sum up the information.
More to say. Yeah. Thank you for that. We can.
I'm sorry. It might be just a formatting thing from page 11 to 13. So just reviewing that, and it's kind of what Gloria was saying about like just making sure it's flows.
One thought that I wanted to bring up was, I think we talked about this before about the possibility of bringing in kind of pull quotes. Is that still going to happen? Yeah, I don't need to, no. Right, because we had so much amazing engagement, and a lot of some of the stories that were shared with us kind of illustrate some of the reasons why we landed on these recommendations. So, yeah.
So it's okay if we're kind of nitpicking, like words. I was just thinking on the historical context section. I don't know, the word facilitated, I feel is could be different, maybe. It sounds more like a collaborative process, but okay, I don't know if like a stronger word could be used there. And then on the last paragraph where it talks about the labor force, identifying as Latino, perhaps we could find a different source where it, includes indigenous or Central America and Mexico. Oftentimes it doesn't come out in statistics, right? Because indigenous would be more for Native American here in the United States.
Were there any other comments or notes about structure, these consolidated goals? How are you all feeling about those four? I hear the note Doria made about organization within those goals, which we welcome you all to help prioritize that list, the order of that list. But any other comment? Oh.
So again, in the historical context section, the bullet point that addresses racial terror, and theft of African American communities, I think it's important to state clearly that we're talking about California. I think that the common assumption is that these things never happen in California. And so we need to kind of state clearly that we're referring to instances of racial terror and land theft in California.
Just noting here, Lawrence's original comment about the use of the term sovereignty. I'm hearing no further comment on that. We can update the use of that term sovereignty both in the glossary and then throughout the report to reflect sovereignty as a legal category for tribal nations. Yeah, go ahead, Dorian.
Related, karaoke. Related to Irene, more, more elaboration on what the composition of the California farm labor force is generally. I mean, I think we mentioned migrant labor and then we mentioned the exploitative conditions, but I think I would like to highlight that the overwhelming majority of the farm labor force in California is Latino, or to what Irene was speaking to, you know, the sort of group that includes Mexican farm workers, Central American farm workers, and indigenous south of the border. But I just feel like that isn't being highlighted enough. Like, who's actually doing most of the farming in California right now, and why is that important?
Any further? We have 2 minutes left for general comments. Anyone online as well, James or Ruth, feel free. Anyone in the room?
I want to clarify, use the tribal term sovereignty, consider using the term only for sovereignty for federally recognized tribes.
Defining the legal category of sovereignty for federally recognized tribes. Is that right, Lauren?
Yes.
And then I guess just to echo Irene and Dorian, can we get a specific on that ETC of, like, not specific, but can we get more language besides just Latino and highlighting that unique relationship that we have here in California?
Another call for further breakdown of farm labor force in California with nuance within that breakdown.
Mexican American, indigenous Mexican, just to give some example there, but like more nuance and specificity.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think like the NAWS, National Agricultural Workers Survey, has a good example of how to identify farm workers in a broader way. I had a question now. On this bullet point where it starts with exploitative working and living conditions for farm workers, where does the quote begin where it ends after food insecurity? Sorry, it's that bullet point on page 9, the last bullet point. Because I'm looking to see where the quote begins.
Thank you. We'll review that, Irene. I'll have to go and look at the text again, but thank you for catching if there's a quotation
But
mark.
that's not, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's not the only thing, sorry. I was just curious because I'm trying to understand, is that a quote where they're saying exploitative conditions from employer, wage theft to food insecurity? Because I feel like food insecurity is more of a overall symptom, right? A result of the exploitation, but it's not really the exploitation caused, you know, by employers, but maybe instead of food insecurity, wage theft to like unsafe working conditions or abusive, I don't know, just something else.
Okay, more directly related to that point. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll look into that and make sure we review that language. Thank you.
Couple additions, kind of leading from Lawrence's point about reserving the term tribal sovereignty. for that specific relationship. I think we need to add then tribal sovereignty to the appendix, to the definitions. And then I would also like to then add unrecognized tribes to the appendix, so we can define that so people understand the difference between recognized and unrecognized tribes.
On, on page 11, I just would recommend that we have some color change between the blues, because I misinterpreted that at first. So just would recommend.
Amazing. If you have more things to share related to general comments on the overall reports, hold on to them, and then we can kind of do maybe a rapid fire share out before we close out. But we need to pivot now to goal 1. And just a quick refresher, the poll, the informal poll that went out to you all to kind of get just a temperature check on where you're sitting with the result, with the recommendations as currently written in the current draft. You had 4 options to choose from: support, somewhat support, unsure, or don't support. So support is just, yep, I support including this recommendation in the report. Somewhat support is, we're almost there. I would like to see some language adjustments or some details worked out. Unsure is, you're unsure how you feel, or maybe you need some more time or some more information to decide. And don't support is, I don't support including this recommendation in this in the report either, because it's missing content. You're just generally not comfortable with where it's at, what it says, the language itself. So this is what we're going to show you. We're going to start with goal 1. Goal 1 is tribal stewardship and land return. And there are 3 sub goals related to goal 1. Goal 1.1, return state-owned lands to tribal nations. 1.2, expand land access and return opportunities, land access and return opportunities for California tribal nations. And 1.3, enable and promote the implementation of traditional ecological knowledge. So I know that it was a Google form. We don't have control over the colors that were used in the quick outputs, which kind of is irritating, because why would you do red, somewhat support? I don't know. That's what Google chose. So it's a little confusing, but if you can get past the color scheme, what's exciting about goal 1 is it feels pretty far along, that 100% of the respondents, again, 9 of you have filled out this poll for us, 100% of you either support or somewhat support all of the sub goals related to goal 1. So that's just some interesting bit of information to start us off on this conversation. Now, we've got until approximately 11:45 a.m. to hear your feedback on goal 1. Let's open it up.
Can I say something? I wonder if people who said somewhat support would share their reasoning or the things that they were feeling somewhat about.
There were a few notes shared in the poll results. We can pull that up on shared screen if you like, Camille. Just click share and click over. Okay, should be loading. Okay, great. So what we did here, and this is a mechanism for us to capture everyone's feedback, and you can kind of see it real time. It's just an Excel sheet that we generated, color coded. If you scroll to the top of that, no, I think it's at the top for now. So we're here and listening. If anybody wants to make a comment or give us some feedback related to, say, sub goal 1.1, this is what we're going to use to type it in. If you've got an issue, a concern, if you have a proposed solution. We just had a sprinkling of written comments in the actual Google poll itself, which we pre-populated here. We did do some paraphrasing, and so if we mischaracterized something, and you offered that comment and you want to speak to it, or you wanted to offer some more detail to that comment, please feel free. But we're keeping feedback anonymized until folks are comfortable sharing whatever it is they would like to share. And you'll notice that these are green. The cells are green because these particular sub goals achieved a lot of initial support or somewhat support. Go ahead, yeah.
I have well, I'll just say that I was a somewhat support on 1.1B. I know we talked at our Susanville session 3 months ago, and we talked more specifically about like saying we're returning lands to tribal nations without restrictions. I think that's come up, and I've seen that in notes, and I've heard that. But the formation of a tribal lands return commission is something that it's new, and I don't know if we've had enough time, or maybe that was talked about in engagement sessions between last session and now, but it specifically says that it would be like a state-run commission and I don't know if I'm unsure about that. I don't know, and I look to our tribal members on this task force, but also feel like that's something that is new, and I don't know if a state commission is an appropriate platform or mechanism. I don't know. So I'm just raising that as an issue, or maybe something to further discuss under goal 1.
So don't be shy.
Okay, for 1.1, I guess I have a couple questions. The mechanisms in which we are trying to make land free from restriction and encumbrances, like normally the ownership of the land can help do that, but it's also like we're talking about permitting and all sorts of different things. And then that was A, and then 1.1D, just trying to get a little bit more technical there, of first right of refusal process, or right of first, I think it's first right of refusal, but process across all the public agencies. To clarify, that would mean depending on the public agency, whether it's Caltrans or Cal Fire, it could be like, if that is going to be sold, or just those publicly held lands can be proposed. I guess wondering when those properties would even be coming up, and like when that first right of refusal is normally when you're already leasing or already working with that piece of land. So like, I guess, yeah, for A and D, what are the like mechanisms that we'd actually be able to uphold those things that we're recommending? And maybe that's within a sort of commission that is regionally based, to say, hey, this agency would reach out to this tribe or tribal nation. So like, yeah, I guess I support it, but I guess I have a lot of questions that would just need more clarity on how that would actually go down. Yeah, just I guess my proposed solution there would be clarifying A and B how? Or who?
So I'm gonna lean into that one too, 1.1D. And this is very broad as it's currently stated. And I do wonder if we are talking specifically about first right of refusal for traditional territory or for anywhere in the state. That is a question. I think that if we don't consider that, it could cause a lot of conflict. You know, if someone from, a tribal nation from the South, buys for property in someone else's traditional territory because it's open, it just seems like it makes some trouble there. And then the other part is, I do worry about this when it comes to all of our other recommendations around public land and pitting tribal communities against disadvantaged farmers. And I wonder how to reconcile that. If first right of refusal for all land that the state owns goes first to tribal communities, I wonder if there'll be any opportunity for disadvantaged farmers in the region. And I would hate to see folks pitted against each other, vying for resources, like fighting each other for resources. And I wonder if there's some way to wrestle with this so that we keep the first right of refusal there. In my opinion, it should be for folks' traditional territories, but also have some kind of an opportunity for disadvantaged farmers as well. Yeah.
I just want to offer some ideas that come to mind of like, I really agree with that. Like it should be within your area that you are already, whether if it's a tribe or like farming as a farmer. And I guess what that could look like is more regional public land, California state land ownership. Yeah, I guess having that mechanism to know about those is the main thing, whether it's priority producers or tribal nations, both need to like know and be able to come to those conversations to, as we stated in the, I don't remember where, but land best used for agriculture or land best used for different things. And I think, different properties could be evaluated by the community and by local, maybe whoever is holding it and more regional folks, but you can kind of, I don't know, that is still kind of pitting people against each other of like which proposal is better or like which is going to do more good for the space. So, yeah.
I just want to point out that if you look to goal 3.2, that's where it says develop first opportunity to purchase ordinances. And as written, it seems that recommendation is more oriented around private land and both for underserved farmers and tribal nations. And then the one that we're currently looking at is around public land and as written targeted to tribal nations. So not sure if that helps. Dory, I hear your point about needing to kind of resolve how we aren't going to be pitting people against each other. But I think as written, that's how it's divided up.
There are also additional recommendations related to state-owned lands beyond just tribal nations' relationships to those lands in goal 2.3. So noting that as well, that might be another place to try to work through some of the tensions that have been highlighted here.
Question about 1.1D. When we're talking about all public agencies, do we need to clarify that? I don't know what that means. Is that state, federal, county, city, including federal? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's a good point, Lawrence. I believe I think this should say all state agencies was kind of what given the audience, but I do think there can be a point of clarification there. That's an open question to you all. What do we mean by all agencies?
This one that gives me lots of questions. I want to make it so it works. But I do also wonder how this recommendation would interact with the Surplus Land Act. And, you know, currently government-owned surplus lands that have been identified as surplus lands go first to housing. And so I do wonder how these two things would interact. And maybe we need kind of legal feedback.
Yeah, that's a great point. From my understanding, Surplus Land Act is the state first has to identify something as surplus land. The way I'm reading this right of first refusal is it would be a voluntary agreement between a landowner who has either if they're private, they have not yet shared an intent to buy the land or sell the land, or if it's a public agency, they have not shared the intent to deem it as surplus land. So I feel like that's a distinction that this right of first refusal could do, is that it becomes a voluntary agreement that the state could provide grants, right? Because in order to have a right of first refusal, sometimes you have to offer money because it's a right basically that you buy as a contract. That would happen before either in the public sense, it's deemed as surplus land, or in the private sense, it's given the intent to sell.
I think this 1.1D only applies to public. And I do feel like we should review the surplus land process, because my understanding is that all jurisdictions were required and are required on an annual basis to identify all surplus land, whether or not they're intending to sell it. And once it's on that surplus land list, then it falls within the jurisdiction of the Surplus Land Act. And there's a whole process around how it moves from there. And so I just feel like we need some legal counsel on this, and how this particular recommendation would interact with that. Yeah.
For the 1.2A, I would just include TEK, or traditional ecological knowledge, when it's talking about increasing funding to existing programs that support ancestral land return, acquisition, and co-management. I would add TEK. Yeah, it's 1.2A. And then also I had a note for 1.2B, now that you say that. Instead of offer or fund, it should be offer and fund.
And just to follow up on that 1.2B, who is offering or funding that? That'll be important to clarify.
I have a question about 1.2 E and F. I do wonder if these should be in 1.1. Coordinate with federal agencies to support the return of federal owned lands to tribal nations and to assist with the expediency and reduce costs associated with land return, require a public entity to serve as a temporary intermediary to purchase and hold land until it can turn to tribal nations, etc. Those two seem to be return 1.1, return state-owned lands to tribal nations without restriction.
I think we were originally imagining state-owned lands meant owned by the state of California versus the federal government. But if really an important distinction here is public versus private, then that might be the way that we would distinguish those different sections.
Yeah, I might encourage us to put all transfer of land things in one place. And we can distinguish federal or state or things like that, just because it reads as duplicative and it becomes confusing.
I had said that without a mic. If this change were to be made, we would move both federal as well as local public lands into 1.1 and adjust the header accordingly.
Right, because then you get into the Surplus Lands Act is right there, and that was what we were just talking about, and it's all related.
I just had a quick comment for 1.2C. I appreciate y'all putting AB 1485 on our radar, and I'm wondering if that could be taken into consideration as we revise that point. So AB 1485 is already working to create some property tax exemptions for land held by federally recognized tribes. So it's aiming in that direction. I think we would add additional recommendations to it, but I think it's worth acknowledging it. Yes, and possibly expand on it, because I think that the bill as it reads is looking to exempt transfer taxes and is also meant to offer property tax exemption. So then we can elaborate on that to say, specific to maybe the fee to transfer process also, just making sure that we build on the good work that's happening already.
Five more minutes on goal 1. James or Ruth, just checking in, see if you have any thoughts you wanted to add.
Nothing on my end. I appreciate a lot of the comments that have been shared around kind of touch up points. Yeah.
I just reiterate and clarify that I do believe that it would be helpful to shift 1.1 to public lands. And even, we can be specific when we're talking about federal or state, and then have 1.2 have a focus around private lands, just so that there's clarity around those two realms. Yeah.
Just wanted to also say, I'm just looking at my notes from last night about tribal stewardship and the comment that was talked about returning lands without restrictions and what that means. And we've heard a lot of different examples across the state, I think, where that becomes problematic. And maybe there's or creates more barriers, the process, when there inadvertently are restrictions. So maybe it would be good to include a case study. Maybe that's already in the works, but a very more specific example of what that looks like, and noting the different nuances that happen in the different regions across the state, and federally recognized versus non-federally recognized as well.
Don't believe anything has been shared about 1.3 yet, so just noting that in case anyone did have anything to add there.
Yeah, my comment was for 1.3A and how we at the end put including cultural fire. I think we need to expand on that, just with the finish that sentence pretty much. And the reason why I'm assuming why we listed cultural fire is because of all the red tape around it. And I had another, I think it's for B, in state programs and policies define agriculture in a way that is inclusive of TEK and allow flexibility for diverse tribal stewardship practices. I think it could be better written by saying define agricultural in a way that acknowledges traditional ecological knowledge, expertise, and allow flexibility for diverse tribal. Yeah, that's all I got right now.
Last call. Go ahead, Doria.
General question around that defining agriculture question. I mean, essential to the definition of agriculture, in my understanding, is that you're producing for sales. Is that all right? No.
It is not in this task force's current definition in the
Okay.
glossary.
Okay. So in our glossary, it doesn't say that it has to be sales related.
It does not. I can pull that up.
But in general practice, that's usually a part of the definition. Colonial definition, yes. I'm just trying to, I feel like this is a confusing point, and I do, maybe I'll just make a statement. I feel like TK should be able to stand on its own and not have to be under the rubric of agriculture, to be included and, supported and protected. And I wonder, because there are so many existing assumptions and a whole body of knowledge that it connects agriculture to sales. That's what makes it agriculture and not gardening, I just wonder, I'm wondering out loud if this is going to create more confusion or not. Yeah.
It may cause some kind of confusion, but this is our chance to change those thought processes. Because for us, I guess, is agriculture could be just lifeways. Not necessarily, I mean, some of it will fall under TEK, but just growing food for livelihood, gathering food for livelihood. And so that is a form of agriculture, but not so much for monetary value.
This is another thing that community farms and urban agriculture hits our head against it as well, right? Is that usually, not usually, but oftentimes the production there is not for sales or for profit. It's for community, it's for health, it's for lifeways. And yeah, I just open questions on how best to approach that.
I do think it is difficult because, like, going back to the agricultural land equity, that is what I had to do to be looked at as I had to sell my produce in order to be looked at as in agriculture versus, you know, how I was taught was just by my family of like, this is what we do to feed all the big family that we have. And yeah, I do feel like there is a way to not define it as agriculture, but put it as important as agriculture. Traditional ecological knowledge, just in general, wherever it is practiced, can be done on any scale, from gardening to farming to like large scale agriculture, because it could be a whole herd that's you know, raised in this ecological way. So I do feel like there's a lot of confusion when defining it as agriculture versus bolstering it up as just as important.
Nelson, then we must pivot to goal 2.
My comment is kind of generally across the whole goal 1 section, with a lot of efforts being done for land back and land return, especially in California. There's some successful examples. I think it would be helpful to have examples for each sub goal, or not each sub goal, but any sub goal that's relevant to successful examples that can create a pathway or runway for legislators. Anybody that's reading this can see examples. I'm not sure how the format would look. And I'm thinking more broadly than just like a case study that we put in here, not to minimize that in any way, but I think being very specific to examples of cultural fire, traditional ecological knowledge, instances where, you know, state-owned lands to tribal nations having returned without restrictions under each, and if there's anything specific in a mechanism under a sub goal, I think that would be helpful. I understand that could be clunky as far as like formatting and stuff like that. Maybe it can be linked somewhere or something like that. I don't really have an answer for that, but I feel like it would be really helpful to have examples to inform pathways forward for any relevant sub goal.
Yeah, and then Lauren's, I know you're trying to sneak in here.
Emily is too.
Guys. Okay, like, let's go fast. Thea, Lawrence, Emily, and then that is it.
Okay, so my comment is, again, bringing in comment from last night about how terms are used, and we're talking about this in 1.3A sub bullet I and double I. But that's a very small area where we're talking about that, and it talks about it's more than that. I think 1.3, that language about enabling and promoting the implementation, what is that? What has to happen in order for that to take place? And I don't see that in here, where things are defined, programs are defined, tribes have to follow what the state is defining as conservation. We heard that last night. And agriculture. And tribes need to be able to have a voice in saying what that means for tribes, instead of the state saying, this is our program. You have to follow this in order to do this, this, and this. And we've heard that in other states or in other sessions where that becomes a major barrier and it precludes and it excludes tribes from applying to programs that could be either called out here or maybe in the grant section, but I don't see it here currently in this goal one. I think it's important to include.
So not directly related to 1.1 or 1.2, but 1.3, when we're talking about traditional ecological knowledge and cultural practices, we should, as a task force, I think we need to identify how we're going to address our coastal tribal nations who use part of their cultural practices and traditional ecological knowledge and food resources from the ocean. That came up last night as well. So we should talk about that at some point in the report, and why access to the ocean may not be included in here. Maybe it's not in our definition of our goal, of our mandate from the state, because it's more focused on land. But we should address why the access to the ocean is not in any of these goals.
Thank you, Laura. It's very important, and I'm really glad it came up yesterday because it is a factor for coastal tribes, including mine. But you can't have that discussion without acknowledging the historical and current displacement and occupation, and why we aren't able to, or why it's even more challenging to practice TEK as well as stewardship, co-management along the coast. The coast is a place of privilege, and we don't have that privilege often. And so my quick comment was about 1.3D. It came up a lot during the Southern California Tribal Engagement session about protection of cultural. So my edit is, instead of saying native sites, to expand on that, saying protect California tribal cultural sites, or maybe that's not even the right word, but, or sorry, I'm kind of, since they're rushing me, I'm stumbling on my words, but cultural landscapes is what I prefer over sites, because sites is more of like a pinpoint where that's used against tribal nations when protecting these cultural landscapes. The villages that we're talking about are not just one pinpoint geological area, but the entire ecosystem around it, as well as the language songs that coincide. And then if you wanted to give examples, because people aren't going to know what cultural sites or landscapes are, you can put in example, traditional food groves, burial sites, ceremonial grounds, watersheds, etc.
Okay, thank you. If more comes up for you, please hold on to that. We can revisit, we can add to this list either later this afternoon or tomorrow. We will be continuing this dialogue in a subcommittee associated with Goal 1. Thank you for that. We are now going to turn to Goal 2. I'm going to take this back for 1 second. We're going to do the same thing for Goal 2. So Goal 2, protected and thriving agricultural lands. There are 4 sub-goals related to Goal 2. Every task force member has a hard copy of the draft report in front of them. We have a few other reference ones in the room if you need it. So you'll see our poll results. There's a bit more of a spread here for the sub-goals associated with Goal 2. The one that enjoys the most support or somewhat support is Goal 2.2. And 2.1 had the biggest spread of responses. There was one person who doesn't support it, one person who somewhat supports it, and a few more folks who are unsure, and a handful who do support it. Overall, unsure and don't support responses are minimal, but I think this is indicative that more conversation and work is needed pretty much on all of the sub-goals in Goal 2. So sit with that for a moment, collect your thoughts, and we will bring up the spreadsheet for Goal 2. And you'll see we color coded the tables for the sub-goals to kind of indicate the ones that had a greater spread of responses. Red meant someone did not support it. And again, we pre-populated, but also paraphrased and slightly condensed some of the feedback that was provided in written form to the poll results. So that's up here. Folks are welcome to speak to it to elaborate more fully if you like, or just add some new bits. Okay, let's start with Nathaniel, and I think Doria's preparing a comment. Great. Thea that was a old remnant.
I guess I was confused of the converting agricultural lands to other uses to mitigate the loss by protecting agricultural land at not less than 1-to-1 ratio. Make mitigated land available for food and fiber cultivation. So yeah, I was just confused what this means when converting agricultural land to other uses and then making mitigated land available for food and fiber cultivation. From my understanding, it was like, I think I'm getting it a bit confused with the like high water usages that we are supposed to discuss tomorrow, but can we get a bit more explanation on the mitigate part? Mitigate the loss of the land?
Can I offer something on that?
Yeah, please.
My understanding of that was that, for instance, if a parcel of land that is currently being farmed, maybe leased and farmed, is going to be sold for housing, and housing is going to be developed on that site, that a part of that kind of sales process would be that developer would need to pay a mitigation fee that would be used to preserve farmland elsewhere. Kind of like when you disturb wetlands on a development site, you would then oftentimes be mandated to provide a mitigation at some other location. I think that's what it's saying.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for explaining.
The one issue that I had with 2.1 was it seemed like the title is Establish Statewide Agricultural Land Mitigation Program, but 2.1B, create a statewide plan for conserving California agricultural land. Seems like it's not, it can interact with this kind of mitigation that we're talking about in terms of purchasing land for another purpose, but it also stands on its own as a conservation program. And I wonder if it gets hidden and lost under this title. It's one of the most powerful, I think, recommendations that we have. It has very clear, and I feel like I don't want to bury it under this particular strategy.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that, Doria? And this is a question for everyone. If this is sort of one of the more powerful ideas here, are there ways that this can be pulled out and things that you see as supporting that? Right now, it is a support item underneath other ideas, but just a request to help reorganize, I suppose, as you're thinking and working. Anyone else? I don't know if there was, I'm sorry if I jumped the queue, if there was.
I want to echo what Doria was saying about the conserving being a little bit different than the mitigation. And yes, it is a solution and can help guide the mitigated land. But that's seemingly what the 2.2 is all about, and very extensively, can provide if it was formatted in maybe more of a step-by-step versus just all the tools of like, it needs to go through these different steps to be conserved. And in that way, land that would have been converted can be mitigated. Yeah, I guess I'm feeling a little bit. I might have just lost missed the train of the mitigation piece, because it does seem more like conserving. Yeah, or they're very two different happenings. And then just again, like looking at the land mitigation, I believe part of that plan is like looking at what land is incorporated as a city and what is not incorporated, and like focusing on what is not incorporated. So we can be proactive and not trying to. There's so much red tape within cities that, like, if we can block it before the city expands, that can be the true mitigation.
Okay. I also want to, oh, sorry, I think Thea was going to go. I just wanted to make space for a couple other folks if they wanted to share some ideas. I'm not sure who was first, Thea or Doria. I think it was a simultaneous exchange. What? Oh, the tape. Oh, rewind. Can we get that an instant replay? All right. Thank you.
Mine's very
Thank you,
quick.
Doria. Yeah.
Mine's very quick. I just look forward to hearing the Department of Conservation's input on this as the SALT program and how the Sustainable Ag Land Conservation Program and how that might be different. And I just think that the word mitigation is a jargony word that might be hard to really grasp with the public. So if there's another more simple word we could use, that would be probably good.
So just going to reiterate my comment earlier about order. I really think that 2.3, where we're talking about expanding and stewarding state-owned land base suitable for agriculture, is where this initiative should live, where 2.1 should live, and that we should, have a conversation about the existing land conservation efforts there, and then move the mitigation as it's kind of a sub-strategy kind of after that, so that it's clear that we're first advocating for expansion of the existing plan for conserving ag land. And then later we say, and if the land is going to be used for some other purpose, then they need to make a mitigation, and that mitigation then goes into that conservation bucket, that program party. I'm not sure what it's called. Yeah, it is the statewide plan. I feel like order would really help us here, make it flow better.
Nathaniel, you're up.
Yeah, it almost seems like the 2.1A could the mitigation. I just want to say I was very confused when reading just the poll thing of like mitigate. That's normally to like not let happen or like lower the risk around those things. And so to lower the burden of these producers being able to conserve and like protect and like even governments, I feel like that incentivize and support local governments to protect and lease viable agricultural land is a way to mitigate. So like maybe 2.1 is really just fleshed out into the other sections of 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. 2.1A could be just more specific as a recommendation in 2.4, I believe. All that to say, I do, I want to echo what Thea said about understanding how the Department of Conservation feels, and how these different recommendations fit within their SALC program and other programs.
Can I ask whether what we have here, which is taking 2.1 and redistributing it in a more appropriate way, resolves the issues with 2.1? I don't know that it does. In terms of one of the poll responses, 2.1A, the concern about speculative development with any kind of mitigation option. So I just, maybe there's no more to say on that now. Mitigation is a bad word. Sorry, let me restate. The option to replace ag land lost at a 1-to-1 ratio, potentially leading to further losses, or sort of poorly planned cities or anything else that. So I just wanted to note that and wanted to see whether we felt comfortable with redistributing 2.1 in other areas, or if there was more to say here.
Can you explain that a little more? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I'm trying to say maybe what someone else said. So maybe there's a task force member who is willing to share this. This could enable speculative development, leading to concentrated hyper development and shifting mitigation to ultra rural areas. Yeah, wondering if anyone has a comment.
So I can quickly speak to that. That was actually my comment, and I had pause over 2.1A for the particular reason that it looks the way that carbon credits look like at their worst, in that there's certain industries that are able to pollute so long they're able to just purchase credits towards mitigation otherwise, and that's with the vagueness of this language, this is what this recommendation was reading as, is that we're able to develop as long as we're able to stamp a conservation easement on some rural land elsewhere, which isn't necessarily taking into consideration the impacts that are meant to be mitigated locally. And so if you're just able to develop land, and then you can stamp a conservation easement maybe on some other parcel of land that doesn't necessarily tie to your local community, is that actually a mitigation, or is it really just a way to be able to circumvent that? And so that was my biggest pause I had while reading this recommendation.
I guess, Dorian, do you think that moving it, or like moving A and B into other sections would address that?
I like Doria's recommendation of putting 2.1B as, like fortifying it, making it stand on its own, and then having, changing the order so that we're actually focusing first on making sure that we're conserving prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance. So I like that suggestion that Doria recommended. And then 2.1A, I mean, yeah, I definitely, I voted on the do not, support. So I don't, yeah, I would actually, yeah, I would defer to others on whether they want to preserve that, but I don't think that it's necessary for this section.
So this is one of those things where you have I think we need to address the current lay of the land, which is in private sales of land. There's not much that we can do in terms of, stopping private sales. People have the right to sell their land. So currently, if a current landowner who has farmland wants to sell it to a developer, they can do that, and that will happen, and that is happening. And I think what what I read this as proposing is saying, okay, you can do that, but if you do that, then we have to mitigate it elsewhere. Without this, they would just sell it as they are doing, and there'd be no positive, there would be no mitigation. There'd be no nothing. It would just continue as it is of selling more and more prime land into, for other uses. So this is, to me, was an intervention into a current situation where we don't have currently that much power over private land sales.
I guess that was where I was confused by make the mitigated land available for food and fiber cultivation. So like in that scenario of like the land that gets purchased, they need to purchase even more land, which is what Dorian, you were saying, like they could develop one area and then go buy a smaller, or not smaller, but another less less desirable to develop property to then put an easement on that, which would give them the credit. So that's how I was reading it as like make mitigated land available for food and fiber cultivation versus if it was an organization or an entity purchasing it to protect it like a land trust, that would be more like on the conservation. So I guess that's where I was confused of like, what land is getting mitigated? And if it is a 1-to-1 ratio, it's almost like they need to buy just as much land to put into farming.
I would love to see the language changed on that last sentence and make it clear that we are wanting to put the land into this proposed conservation land bucket. I don't know what to call it. Program. And then that program would be also have the explicit goal of making that land available to disadvantaged farmers and for use for growing food and fiber. I think that saying make mitigated land available for food and fiber is very vague and it leaves it to the person who's purchasing. And I actually feel like we should have people contribute land to the state conservation program that we're proposing or expanding.
Let me just check to say, I think Dorian has a thought on this and then Tess has a follow-up question.
Yeah, I like the way that this conversation is developing. I think the thing that I'm still holding is if somebody's able to buy a piece of land and they have to mitigate it by purchasing an agricultural conservation easement on another land, I want to make sure that those two pieces of land have some sort of relationship to each other so that, maybe someone in Alameda County isn't able to purchase land for development and then they can stamp an easement somewhere in Del Norte County, so it's like, how is that mitigation? I just feel like adding to the conservation easement portfolio wouldn't necessarily mitigate. It would just, because there is land that, maybe isn't slated for speculation in a really long time. So it would just really be easy to stamp a conservation easement on it. So I would be supportive of this if we're just able to make sure that there's a relationship between the developed land and the mitigated land more directly. And yeah.
That was my follow-up question, Dorian. Is there like a geographic bounds? And also I heard a comment about land quality in there that you want to explicitly add. Is there anything specific? So is it county? Is it adjacent? That type of detail would be helpful.
Was that for Dorian or open? Yeah, I appreciate you making that point, Dorian, because that was kind of in my head trying to articulate, encapsulating this conversation. And I like the intention behind the 1-to-1 ratio and mitigation. I feel like what we're really getting at is protecting land. More protection is kind of what comes to mind than mitigation. But there's so much more that comes with land and land use than just the land itself, like the physical, biophysical aspects to it. So in hearing and reflecting on everybody's input, I would suggest that maybe we look at it less in these arbitrary bounds of county and city and look at it in relation to how the land functions and maybe do the 1-to-1 ratio within a watershed because there's a specific, ecological and geographic function to that than just, I'm gonna develop land up here in Humboldt and then save land in San Diego or something like that. That doesn't make sense because, like you said, there's no relationship to those different pieces of land. So if that makes sense, I would suggest maybe shifting the language to within a watershed or maybe some other ecological function that makes sense in terms of like mitigation beyond just the land itself, but also the air, the water, everything else that functions and flows on that landscape. There's that point. Then separately, it seemed, because we're talking about like moving 2.1A somewhere else, it doesn't fit perfectly, but I was looking through other sections and I feel like it could fit better, especially with where this conversation is going in 2.4A or B. Doesn't fit perfectly, but I think we're getting at this more like, localized kind of offsetting of land, so to speak. And maybe that would make sense there, or maybe we adjust the language there if it fits more perfectly there. But that's, my 2 cents right now.
4 more minutes on this, and then we will need to stop. Nathaniel.
One last thing I just wanted to add, and maybe this is more of your thoughts there, Doria, of like, if the land is getting mitigated, like let's say I'm buying 100 acres and I am going to develop 10 of those acres because there needs to be housing and there needs to be storage and facilities to process the food that's grown there. But if I put an easement and conserve 90 of those acres, that can be the more than 1-to-1 ratio of like, hey, I'm conserving more than I'm developing. And if it's on the same property, it shows that relation. Just trying to give an example of like how that could look without it being multiple properties. Because when we're thinking about small farmers trying to be able to engage in this, that seems more far off and more on the state agencies doing all of the buying and easementing. That's not a word, but yeah.
So what I'll say here is that I think we have some great ideas for how to make this language better to actually convey the intent and the outcomes. So staff can work on that and make sure that this comes to the subcommittee meeting that's going to look at this goal. Let's quickly, since we're running out of time for goal 2, just collect any other kind of critical issues and concerns that will need to be part of that subcommittee discussion to get this goal 2 closer. So noting that goal 2.2 had relatively broad support. So maybe let's look 2.3, 2.4 were other areas where there was some uncertainty. Can someone please kick us off?
I was next. I just had a quick edit for the first sentence or the first paragraph for the beginning section of this goal 2, just to include in that last sentence, it says to reap a lot ecological and social benefits that should include cultural.
Thank you. Thea.
I think I found where I made my previous comment about the conservation co-creating flexibility within arrangements for land return. 2.2 F and oh my gosh, E and F. So it has some very specific things here about allow for land trust and community-based organizations to co-create conservation goals. I think that needs to have some more tribal language in there, not just those specific organizations, but tribes creating conservation goals. And F, require California funding agencies to update their grant guidelines in collaboration with Department of Conservation to allow for traditional tribal uses. Rewording that sentence to ensure that there's collaboration with tribes
first before allowing those state agencies to create those rules.
I agree. It should include tribal nations in there. FI, encourage cultural land management and traditional ecological knowledge. I would shift to encourage cultural land stewardship through traditional ecological management.
Last call. Got a thought, get it out.
For
Or now.
2.2E, I wanted to, I don't understand what that means. Could somebody explain that? Because allow for, so then we want the legislation to allow for land trusts and CBOs and tribal nations to cooperate, to co-create conservation goals in collaboration with the communities which they are accountable. That sounds like we're requiring tribal nations to do something that I don't think we have the right to. Even though it's maybe a good thing, but from a tribal nation, it may not. Maybe they don't want to. So the community that tribal nations are accountable to would be their tribal membership. But it could be read, so then a tribal nation, if you want, it could be interpreted as the tribal nation has to collaborate with the community, the non-native community within their county. And maybe a tribal nation doesn't want to do that, some. It sounds like an additional requirement put upon tribal nations.
Also
Any thoughts?
Yeah. Does yours say tribal nation? Because mine does not list tribal nations.
No, if we put
You're
it.
adding it? Okay.
Yeah, if we add it, I
Gotcha.
just want to be sure we're doing the
Yeah.
right thing.
Yeah, I think it's up to the tribe to identify those conservation goals and if they would want to collaborate with local land trusts or community-based organizations. And then I just think we should just shift the word allow to something else.
Okay. Final thought, Nathaniel, and then we need to pivot and then we can kind of reassess.
2.3C expands state capacity to hold land and administer leases. I do feel like it, this might just be my thoughts, but I thought we already kind of not ruled out, but understand that it is difficult for the state to hold and administer leases, but maybe like explaining state, local governments, agencies, like this could be different programs within the DOC or cities, counties, and other local organizations. And it does say that in like if the state does not have capacity, but I feel like we already know that the state does not have capacity. So maybe just being more straight up in expanding that 2.3C into 2.4 in some way.
Okay, thank you. Folks, please hold on to your additional thoughts and comments related to goal 2. I'll do a recalculation of time after the lunch break, but I do know we have at least one in-person public comment before we break for lunch, and I want to make space for that. And we can check to see if there are folks online. So thank you for that. We will just do kind of a concluding session on goal 2 after the lunch break. If you wanted to pull up the slides for public comment, let's open it up at this time for public comment related to this first portion of the working session. So related to your draft report. Folks in the room, we have one. So wherever you're most comfortable.
Ayakui skuyana kichoi. Tewa mashna newa check. Metwa machok pekwan esi watek. Na kuchas wow esi na picha was wow I walk Lena Reed and William McCovey. Na check wow esi na kipsech wow I walk Evelina and Walt Hoffman. Knack now Sandra Lowry. So when we introduce ourselves to someone who may not know us from someplace else, what we do is tell you, I'm glad to see you. Then the next thing we say is where I'm from. And I said I was from Pequon and Watek. So land is very, very crucial to us and very important to signify who we might be. Then I name my grandparents, and then I name my parents. Finally, down the road is me. So that's why I said I was last, because I'm not that important compared to the entire village and the place that we're from. So as I've listened to you talk about land back and agricultural concepts, thoughts just run through my head. And I'm an elder in our community, which I'm proud of, because for my entire 73 years on this earth, I have lived our culture. I understand our traditions, and I'm educated. I'm a professional, you know, so I'm a little bit of everything, but mostly the land and what it gave to me through my family is what's so important. So as you were talking, I just jotted down some quick notes. If I can get my glasses on here. And what I was thinking is, for those of you who may not have thought of these particular issues and how they relate in a totality to a person, to me, this is what land back could mean, and maybe it'll give you some insight to think about as you're talking about all the things you want to do. So what if land back meant more than a physical return of a piece of the earth? What if land back meant our unborn babies had the opportunity to ingest the healthy and traditional nutrients earth offered and did offer to our people all along? What if land back meant our pregnant women didn't have to take those vitamins presented and prescribed through a doctor at a clinic with Western connotations? What if land back meant the mental well-being of our men in having the opportunity to hunt, gather, and care for their offspring before they are born? That's a big disconnect right now in this society. Our men, women get to still have babies and do all the roles that women do, but the men have been kind of relegated to the back seat. What if land back meant more emotional attendance to the baby and attachment before it was born? What if land back meant we valued men for providing in a cultural way that honors their skills? What if land back meant a paradigm shift back to a more enhanced and balanced valuation in life skills as well as academic learning? So as you consider all these things about giving us land back or getting us land back or buying land back, there's more to it for our people than just saying that piece of land is ours again. Though we'll take it, but you know, consider all the total makeup of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? Want to come on over?
Hi there. My name is Willem Walker. I work with North Coast Growers Association. It's a local nonprofit here in Humboldt County. We help organize the farmers markets, and my department, agricultural programs, we do a lot of workshops and helping farmers get grants. And I lead a small program called Land Match. It's a lot like California Farm Link, but our own localized version of it for Humboldt and Del Norte County. So we're trying to link up people with unused farmland with farmers, mostly new farmers. And one big challenge we have is we've got a lot of farm properties out here. We've got a lot of farmers here looking for land, but housing is a big issue. I have a lot of people who are ready to go onto a piece of land and they're like, turns out like the house on the land isn't available, or the owner would, half the time the owner's using it as an Airbnb or a rental for someone else. And so I just had a lot of situations where I've come very close to setting up new farmers with a piece of land or getting them on track for a lease deal, and housing has been the thing that has kept them from moving forward with that. So I just wanted to make a comment about that housing element of getting new farmers onto land.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Okay, Caleb, Tessa, do we have online? Oh, great. Shayna, is your comment on this agenda item specific to the working session? We're going to allow you to unmute. Oh, who has host privileges? Tessa, Shayna, Tessa's just going to allow you to unmute for a quick sec. How's that? All systems go?
Yeah, just good.
Hello.
Hello,
Are you with us?
can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shayna Burns, and I want to speak on the importance of urban agriculture in advancing equitable land access. The reparations report highlights that African Americans are more likely to live in food deserts and in areas with poor environmental quality. In ALETF engagement sessions, African American farmers have shared that when BIPOC is used as a broad category, resources often fail to make it to African American communities. Right now, the draft recommendations don't explicitly center African American led urban agriculture. I believe that that could change, should change. We have an opportunity to ensure that urban agriculture incentives prioritize African American led farms located in disadvantaged census tracts, and that cropland repurposing programs are tied to community owned food production in both urban and peri-urban spaces. At the same time, African Americans should also have equal access to non-urban farmland. If we solely if we focus solely on access to urban areas for African American farmers, we risk creating the same stratification we are trying to eliminate. Urban agriculture is vital, but we must also ensure pathways to rural and coastal spaces to achieve true equity. This approach would strengthen food equity, complement the needs of tribal and other socially disadvantaged farmers, and help make sure that these programs reach the communities who need them the most. I submitted for 2 comments, and I believe each comment is 2 minutes. Can I now jump into the second?
I apologize, Shayna. It was 1 comment per agenda item.
Oh, okay.
Be brief. We would love to hear it. Maybe you can shorten it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. I also wanted to announce a event that my organization is hosting and invite you all to the first annual California Earthworker Summit, which is taking place September 11th through the 12th at UC Santa Cruz Center for Agroecology Farm. An earthworker is defined by our organization as someone who works in service of Earth and its inhabitants. This year's theme is California agriculture, and we will bring together farmers, ranchers, tribal leaders, policymakers, educators, and community partners to discuss and advance land access, food sovereignty, climate resilience, and cross-sector collaboration. with an emphasis on connecting BIPOC growers to resources and support. We welcome all allies who also share in this mission. As a community engagement invitation, we would be honored to welcome the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force to table at the event. If you're interested, you can get my direct contact from either Chair Hawkins or Thea Rittenhouse. For more information, you could also visit us at earthworkerssummit.org or email us directly at info@sqof.org with any questions, comments, or inquiries. Thank you for your time and service, and I look forward to seeing some of you and many of you in September.
Thank you, Shayna. Okay, I think that is it for public comment. Folks, thank you very much. We are going to go into our lunch break. We're scheduled, lunch break was 12:30 to 1:30. If everyone agrees, I think we could still get started at 1:30. If folks are comfortable with that, we do have a lot to get through. Task force members, we have lunch prepared for you in the back. If you're joining us for lunch today, it would be wonderful if we could be courteous and allow task force members to grab their lunch first. There are a couple of folks with some dietary restrictions and allergies. We want to make sure that they've got their lunch and they're fueled up for the afternoon session. Okay, so let's break and plan to reconvene still at our 1:30 timeline. Thanks, everyone. You can dine and chat. Okay, welcome back. 1:30, we're not wasting a single minute. We're only here until 3 o'clock today. Continue to have some lunch if you like. You're welcome to dine at the table. Or we can run a mic back to you. So we're still pretty much on track for 35 minutes per goal. We did reserve about 15 minutes at the end of the day for general public comment, but it is possible we can use that extra time to talk about the goals. So let's just check in, maybe quick 2 to 4 minutes to see if anyone has any remaining thoughts on goal 2 that we did not yet capture. We do have fresh batteries in all of our microphones. But I think we have to turn them on.
Just going back to that 2.3C, noting that we probably need to talk about that a little bit more. Maybe that's a subcommittee topic.
And is that note related to who would hold and administer leases, Thea, or a different?
Yes,
concept?
I think that whole concept.
The whole concept. Okay.
Anything else related to goal 2 you want us to capture in the spreadsheet here for subcommittee conversation? Lawrence. Nope, good. Okay, we can always come back around to any of these goals toward the end of the day with any flexible time we have remaining. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're going to focus now on goal 3 from approximately 1:30 to 2:05. There are 5 sub goals related to goal 3, which is equitable land transition and acquisition. Give you just a second to refresh your minds on these 5 sub goals. Let's take a peek at the poll results. So most commonly, folks are supportive. Again, 9 of you replied to the poll. The first one, goal 3.1, has kind of the largest spread with, or the more even distribution of spread, with 3 folks support, 3 somewhat, 3 unsure. Goals 3.2 and beyond, the majority of folks support those concepts. So we can see there's generally broad support for the sub goals under goal 3, a few responses for unsure or don't support. Okay. We're going to transition back to our spreadsheet. Hopefully looking at these full responses are helpful to ground you and kind of give you a sense of, hey, we're moving in the right direction as a group. And in our spreadsheet here, just a reminder of our color coding. Yellow means that there was a 1 or more person who's unsure. Green is everyone supports or somewhat supports. And red means 1 or more person does not support that goal at this time. You know the drill.
Did we have a land observatory definition somewhere we could reference? Is that in the appendix in the glossary part?
It is not. The only place it is mentioned is this 3.1, establish and fund a land observatory. As a reminder, that word was initially introduced to this task force in Adam Kahlo's presentation in Coachella, where a land observatory is an entity in Scotland being used there for their land. But Nathaniel, to answer your question, no, there's no further detail than what is here.
The A and B are here.
Correct.
Oh, so what we're seeing a lot in the report is when we're within the recommendations, when we're recommending to establish something or develop something, we're also needing to somewhat hint where and who, like, is it going to be with the state, or I know some other entities were mentioned for other recommendations when establishing something. So for number, 3.1, establishing the land observatory, who's going to establish it and where, or where would it be established? Because obviously we couldn't identify what that looks like, but we can at least hint to where that can start or develop maybe.
I do feel like it's I just want to share how I've understood it, and maybe this can spark some conversation here with the task force of how other folks might see that, who and how. I saw the establishment and funding of a land observatory to be more like kind of what it describes in 3.2 and a bit somewhere else in our recommendation. But this is more of a coalition of regional, there's RCDs up and down California, but maybe the RCD in the region can be a part of that group observing land versus creating more entities and more programs to be able to monitor agricultural land trends or manage public database. I do feel like it's a lot more organizing what's going on versus putting action to what's going on. And that these more regional groups observing instead of like a one place or one entity land observatory could help do the development of first opportunity and establish new funding programs and the rest of what's in section 3. But that was just my understanding from subcommittee meetings and our previous meetings, but maybe just want to get more clarity there.
James, please go ahead.
Yeah. On my perspective on this is that it's kind of the function of this is that as far as I'm aware, we don't have a comprehensive like database, or there isn't something that tracks land tenure trends that also overlays that with like available land and use, and like is able to kind of I guess what I'm saying is that I think the purpose of this land observatory and the way that it works both kind of in Scotland and how it could be implemented here would be to be this state-supported, public-facing system that could collect, analyze, and share the data on agricultural land access, ownership, and tenure, so that there's kind of a central clearinghouse for this information that could, to Nathaniel's point, like definitely integrate with other state and regional like entities to get the best information possible, but that the whole point of this would be to have it support implementation of various recommendations that people might want to implement either directly through state funding or through local programs that would be adopted based on our recommendations. That's how I interpret, like that's what it, and so to like others' points as well, like yeah, I think spelling out who, I mean, I'm not sure how specific we can get about that, but I think at least having some like kind of high level structure around who would be holding that body of work, what the structure of that would look like, those kinds of things I think would be relevant to add to this section. And I'll also just anecdotally, like I don't like leading off with 3.1 for some reason. It feels less prioritized to me than the other sub items under the three section 3. One last thing that just kind of came into my head that I want to share. It's like, to me, it's like this is the transparency kind of feedback loop of how policy implementation would be happening, and to also create this like, again, like a centralized place from which to kind of have the data to make the arguments around the systemic inequities that we see in the current distribution of land.
Yeah, I just want to echo what James is saying about not starting out with 3.1. Even 3.3 AI establish and fund through continuous appropriation a new generational land transition grant fund. Like that is a much more worked on suggestion and recommendation that, you know, the rest of the section kind of outlines different ways in which that could happen. But I do feel like the idea of the land observatory is still like something we can figure out of how and what is that going to look like, without it just being a new entity or a new program, because it makes me think of 2.3, where we're like, yeah, expand state capacity to hold, like we can't put all this stuff on the state. We should kind of have an idea where it might be held.
So just following from that, I agree with the reorganization. I think that we should lead with, again, the things that have the most impact in terms of increasing access to land, which for me, that's 3.3 and then 3.4. And this is definitely important in supporting. I feel like we heard a lot about from folks that it was hard to learn when sales were happening, especially in time, or even to understand what sales prices should be. So having this developed is important. What my question is, and the reason why I felt like it was okay to have kind of a new entity or new group do this, is because I'm not sure that this is being done anywhere. I think that they're independent kind of real estate kind of databases, and they don't really cross. And I don't know that there's anyone else at the state level gathering this information. And it is kind of a particular data task, you know, it's a little bit different from what our CDs are doing. Maybe they can enter information into such a database to support the work of this data collection effort. But I do feel like it's something along the lines of like the annual ag survey that goes out in terms of agricultural businesses, where we need to be collecting that information and putting it in a receptacle. I feel like we need help thinking this through on how this would be operationalized and where there may already be capacity or people working on a similar project that we can maybe add this to their work, to their work plan. And that's the part that I don't know. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if maybe this is something that could lean more heavily into like technology tools in terms of data collection rather than collaborate. I mean, I think that it will require obviously people to collaborate to come up with how that data is going to get collected, but making it more of a neutral public database so that it allows state agencies to not have to invent more regulations and infringe on what now is a very private transaction of sales for the most part, and lease arrangements, which have never been regulated in our state. So just the thoughts about how to make that more of a, not third party, but, you know, neutral method to make sure that it would be something that people would get on board with, and then, you know, holding people accountable to that. That's another thing.
I guess I would be afraid of it being after the fact. A lot of these different surveys are, yeah, kind of like on a yearly basis. And one of the main problems we're trying to address is like, hey, there's a property for sale. The public should know about it, especially the people that are around that. And if I think that land observatory is like very much different agencies, because no one agency or no one job or like position is tasked to do this. So multiple agencies being able to look at, hey, what crops are being ripped out and what land is for sale and what is that market, and the word I'm thinking of, what is that climate? What does that climate look like for purchasing land in said area? Because we know it's going to be completely different from Humboldt, San Diego, and all the different regions. So, yeah, I guess if it was a new entity, could it be something where it's more of a like committees, regional committees versus propped up entities that are needing to hold even more organizational capacity? Like, I'm sure in certain areas it'll be more active than others, or certain areas it might be more focused on, you know, up here it might be more focused on timber, and in you know, Los Angeles it might be more focused on urban agriculture, and you know, maybe in the middle it's all focused on almonds. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, just some thoughts.
I feel like this particular recommendation is really complex, and it possibly has two parts. One is post-sale and one is pre-sale. Post-sale, it could be a data project, maybe something that we collect data from the assessor's offices of county assessors for ag zone and land that's zoned ag, you know, what if anything, a land transfer is having to do with land that's owned ag, and then we get an annual report based on what happened in the past. And so that people understand what's happening in agricultural markets in California in general. But then the pre-sale is a whole different thing. And it gets really complex because if you want to have like a reporting mechanism that this land is going to go up for sale, if it's zoned ag, then maybe there's a requirement that somebody reports it somewhere that we wish to sell the land, and then it gets reported somewhere. But if it's not zoned ag, but it could be used for ag, then it's very complicated because it could be used for lots of things. And how do you mandate that somebody even report, is it all land, or, that's where it gets really fuzzy. I think that if we were focusing on land that was already zoned for ag, then there's a possibility of creating maybe relatively much simpler mechanisms to track and be informed of sales, track previous sales and be informed of potential sales. But when you go beyond things that are zoned as ag, then the world of possibilities for all that could be reported, you need like a little army to try to track all that. So I think we need to do some more thinking about what is the scope of this work? What does it include? What does it not include? What do we want? What are we trying to achieve in terms of post-sale, and what are we trying to achieve in terms of pre-sale? What can we achieve?
Does anyone want to respond to that? Gather some thoughts.
I guess just one thought that comes to mind is the post-sale, like kind of after the fact, it might be more towards that mitigation or conservation planning that is able to gather that and distribute that, while I really agree with what Doria said of like the pre and post being very different things. And if we are looking at pre-sale, there's still a chance for that land to go into equitable agricultural hands. So yeah, maybe just focusing the number 3 to that pre-sale. And I mean, I feel like there was some subcommittee conversations that I was part of with Doria about like, working with regional and there's got to be some ways that we figure out how these things can be posted within the infrastructure, the state and like public infrastructures that we already have, without like creating too many new sites that are unfamiliar for farmers and unfamiliar for folks to use, so they're able to use them.
I'll note really quickly that tomorrow, when we're talking about the discussion items, Ruth and Irene had worked on new state entities as a question. So we might want to keep thinking about what's been posed and then come back to this idea tomorrow. What I am hearing you all share is that in some ways this is a mechanism, not a goal. So what goal is this mechanism advancing? And then if that can be determined, it might fall into place. Like, what is the scope of this entity if you want to elevate it? So just noting that. Did you want to say something, Doria?
I just wanted to add too that there's also a third level of complexity, which is leases, right? Because leases are totally different than sales, and you're not going to have the same visibility at all. You won't have an assessor that's doing the land transfer that you could track, that you could report. Leases happen very informally between parties. So that's even another level of complexity if that's included in this.
Any comments on the other sub goals? 3.2, 3.3, 3.4. Indeed, we did pre-populate with some feedback received from the poll. Feel free to elaborate and add to this. Chi.
I know probably every recommendations in this here, it has pros and cons, but for some reason for the 3.4 D, I don't see a lot of pros, but I see a lot of cons. So I might need some task force members or staff to educate me more pros for these recommendations, how these requirements can help land equity issues here.
Respond to that, at least in terms of what we, I was part of one of the subgroups, I think, that worked on this. And maybe it's just not clear of the reason for including a standardized like grant program evaluation or any other kind of program evaluation is to be able, like currently, even in one agency, different programs they're not collecting the same types of data. They're not understanding how the work or the funds are impacting those who they're intending to serve. And thus, there's not a way to understand if there has been an impact, how to improve the program so that it is reaching, priority populations in the case of this. And then also, you're not able to use that data to then inform improvements to programs, or ask for additional funding potentially. Maybe if you're not serving an entire group of the population in round one of a program, you need to readjust and you need to be able to collect standardized data to be able to understand if you are in fact meeting the mandates of that program. Maybe 3.4 could be more specific to land access programs or roads.
Feel that all those evaluation metrics and reports all those burden will fall onto different kinds of community-based organizations who already have limited capacity and doing all those. So this will decrease the ability to do block grants and to provide technical assistance to the priority producers. So how should we balance this? James?
Go ahead, James.
One thought as in terms of how to balance the labor that would be required to participate. Well, okay, so I see the kind of the pros and cons of this, and I think on one hand, it's like not creating a process that's too burdensome for somebody to do. The things that are enumerated here seem lower of a lift than what I have seen for like USDA report backs or certain state programs in terms of like what's actually required. And I guess the solution piece is like, these are the types of things that I think the land observatory would be able to support, right? Is like collecting that information so that it wouldn't be just on program participants, that would be, because I mean, that would make sense to me as part of what I think we want, that, if if that observatory happens, that would be the types of things that they would track too. So it would be like, their public database on agricultural land ownership, lease rates, demographic trends, but it really would also function to kind of support the data collection of various program participants in programs that would be tethered to recommendations in the report, not for like every program that exists.
What you're saying, Nochi, about the need to include some more clarifying language in here about capacity, because we have heard that. So maybe that can be remedied through a more clear connection about what types of programs we're talking about evaluation, and also, making sure that we're not creating undue burdens on or additional barriers for that type of thing. So developing tools to make that an easy process.
Nathaniel, are you back in the queue? And then Emily?
Mine was for 3.5, number A, or letter A. I need some coffee. I just was thinking, because it kind of coincides with what she was saying about capacity and the assistance needed. But I don't know if that directly is referring to what she's talking about, to that whatever number you were, or letter number you were on referring to. So I was just thinking adding technical and technology assistance.
Nathaniel, then she is our cue.
Yeah, I just want to kind of mold together some of the things or responses. So if it was what James was talking about, like if the land observatory was doing said thing, first off, I think we should kind of establish what that is in deeper rootedness of like, oh yeah, then we could say and lean on that land observatory a little bit more. But if it was like a joint effort between CDFA, DOC, and tribal lands, they would be the ones continually evaluating and improving funding programs, right? Not the, like, let's say a CBO got a grant to award land access through a micro grant or for just re-granting. They wouldn't be the ones continually evaluating. Like, I'm sure their reporting process helps the 3.4 evaluate and improve, but the 3.4 would be done by said land observatory or group of interagency collaboration, which I guess that was kind of my first question, is confusion between interagency collaboration and a new entity as a land observatory or what have you. So just kind of asking to the task force, like, does that make sense that the land observatory would do all of that monitoring if we did go with the land observatory?
She, followed by James.
It's about 3.5. I know for CDFA's programs, CDFA has very successful programs. If, for example, Healthy Soils program, there is a mandatory that 25% of the grants has to go to socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. And I'm thinking, I'm not sure about does SWEEP also have that requirement? So, but I think SWEEP and HSP is very successful. It can be a successful model for us to can we require other state programs that also have these requirements, like other funding needs set aside like 25% go to benefiting the socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. Can we add these requirements in all those programs? I think part of the reason that HSP and SWEEP is so successful is because of that requirement, and plus the technical assistance block grant.
James, you're up.
Yeah, just flagging that those are called out in 3.4, right, in B. And so they're like 3.4B, calls out implementation of recommendations from the advisory committee. They call out programs like SWEEP, HSP. So I think there's synergy there. But I wanted to go back to Nathaniel's question, and I don't see 3.4 as being tethered to any one agency or institution, right? These are general. We're not proposing a piece of legislation that would create a land observatory that would do X, Y, and Z things necessarily. I think we need to do a better job explaining what a land observatory would do as relates to these policy outcomes, but continually evaluate and improve funding programs is a general recommendation across all programs that implicate land equity for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, tribal communities, et cetera. And so I think for that, I don't want to limit 3.4 to, a specific thing. I think there is a role that the observatory could play in figuring out how to measure and evaluate funding programs in a way that kind of creates a universal system to capture some of those things. But I don't think that they're it's not necessarily tethered in the way that I think I heard you kind of lay out how it could be. And that would be just my 2 cents there.
Maybe 5 more minutes left on goal 3. Doria. Oh, sorry. Q is our Q building. Emily, Doria. Okay. Go, Emily.
So for 3.1B, how we're referring to the joint efforts to ensure cross-agency collaboration, that needs to include tribal nations, even if we are listing Tribal Lands Return Commission, because for one, it's not in place yet. So it's good that we have it in there though, so that we can show where we would want that collaboration to be, but it needs to be alongside with tribal nations, the commission. Same thing for 3.4B. I don't know if they already do if the sweeps program, all those things listed, if they already do the guideline reviews with tribal nations, because if we are recommending the BIPOC, CDFAs, BIPOC and small scale producer advisory committees, that's very limited representation, and it's definitely not accurate tribal representation. So that's why I'm saying it needs to be alongside tribal nations, those entities, the CDFA, BIPOC, small. But I don't know if those programs, so you guys, if you know, they already do that, then we probably don't even need to put it in there.
So 2 thoughts. One, on the topics we've been discussing in 3.2. Is it 3.2? And 3.4. I do worry that effective recommendations come with clarity. If we leave things too vague, who knows where they will end up when we pass them off. So I actually am in the camp where I feel like we should actually be more specific and direct, like which agencies are we, or which programs are we saying need to have what conditions, so that it's a clear recommendation to a clear receiving party. I feel like that's going to get be easier to implement than something that's really vague and who knows who it's for, and it could be for anybody kind of a thing. So I think we should be wary of that in our recommendations and be as directive as we can be. And then in 3.5, one thing that came, this may be something that's in tomorrow, so forgive me if we're supposed to discuss it tomorrow, was one thing that came up in our community engagement in Bakersfield was the clear articulation for a need for legal technical assistance that has to do with dealing with deeds, easements, water rights, trust agreements, things like that. And, you know, it has to do more with land tenure. So, you know, a party may, you know, technically own a piece of land, but there may be legal barriers to being able to actually make it so that you can farm on that land or have access to water to farm on that land, or you think you have a water right, but you need support understanding it, an historic water right. And I just wanted to call it, I don't think that I don't think that so far we've really clearly articulated this kind of legal technical assistance that's not specific to the sale of land, the transfer of land, but rather more specific to land tenure.
I had a question about 3.3, but just to add to Doria's point there, I think also technical assistance in holding land long-term, maintaining the ownership. Just want to add those 2 cents on that. My question for 3.3, anybody that was involved in the working group on the section of tax law and incentives, I'm just personally curious about the Aggie bond program, if that's something that currently exists or something that's proposed to be formed. And I'm just curious more elaboration on the details about that, specifically how it will reduce the interest rates for priority producers. But I'm just generally curious around on how that program will shape up to be.
I'm not sure, James, if you feel you can speak to this. I know Leah contributed that language and is not here. I do know that those programs do exist currently, but I don't know more details from there. James, I'm not sure if you and Leah and in your discussions on tax incentives have more information there for Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was in conversation with Catherine Ledan too. And I do know that there are programs that do this, but functionally what it would do is for a private lender, the goal of this would be to basically make the interest on loans tax exempt as a carrot to incentivize reducing interest rates, as long as that is part of a loan product going to a priority producer or land steward.
Okay, so if I'm hearing it correctly, then it'll be it's
like
forgiving the interest on the loan to the lender in a contractual relationship to guarantee a reduced interest rate, or is it just kind of like assumed?
So I think the way that it would look hypothetically could be like, let's say a priority producer wants to get a loan for a well, and the only loan terms that they're able to get through any bank financial institution or CDFI, let's say, has an interest rate of like 5% on that loan. This program, this Aggie bond program, would then create a tax exempt way for that CDFI to remove that interest rate piece, so that it wouldn't, so that the priority producer would not have that interest rate apply to that loan. So it would basically like create a tax incentive for the CDFI to not have that interest rate attached to that loan, so that it would function more like a 0% loan or a 1% loan or something like that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
So just another question to kind of add on to that. It would be a federal state partnership that allows private lenders. That would only be CDFIs, or like private lender being something where you could do like owner financing, or
Exactly. Yes.
you're saying owner financing as well?
I think the reason that it's sorry, and the private lender piece is important in here. Like, yeah, I think that is all. That's like an important. In the example I used a CDFI, but it would apply in a similar fashion for somebody who wanted to do like seller financing or something like that. But seller financing normally is in relationship to land purchase, not to like a private loan. But I could see that theoretically working under this same framework.
So I think that early on, there was some concern about like rewarding the landowners too much. And I think that's what worries me about that language in there. Otherwise it does, like, you know, it's helping get the FDIC lenders closer to that 0 or 1%, but I do see how that could be like an unintended or like stoppable, not unstoppable, unpreventable, thank you, consequence to allow the private lenders to receive the tax exempt interest. Yeah.
We are going to need to wrap up on conversation on goal 3 so that we can address goal 4. I'm so happy that we're thinking critically about all of these sub goals. There's some work to do. Camille, did you get what you need for now? Okay, final goal, goal 4, secure land tenure. 3 sub goals. Check them out on the screen here. Okay. And here's our poll results. So 4.1, lots of support there. 7 folks support there. 1 person's unsure, 1 person doesn't support. Similarly, on 4.2, 7 are in support. 1 somewhat supports, 1's unsure. And 4.3, 6 support and 3 somewhat support. So most folks support these sub goals. Let's talk about them. This one's red, 4.1 was red because there's 1 person who is not supportive, who replied to the poll. But the majority of folks are supportive.
Just a small recommendations for the 4.1 on G2 irrigated lands regulatory program. Number 3, it says support water quality coalitions with resources for outreach, technical assistance, and tools. I would like to propose to change this to require water quality coalitions to fund TA technical assistance to do outreach and provide technical assistance to priority producers. Or maybe we can add another line here, like line 4, to say fund TA, because I think just providing support to the water quality coalitions is kind of vague, but by wanting to require them to fund TA, that's more clear. Because in my region, the Central Coast California region of California, there are many priority producers. They have been receiving fines through the Central Coast Water Quality Board for not state compliance. And the reason for that is language access. They don't know what this is about, and they have chat, so that they're challenged to state compliance. And I think it's the water board duty to make the correct outreach and provide correct technical assistance to this group of producers. And then I have another comment, but I don't know if James wants to comment on these specific things.
I just had a clarifying question. 4.1G. I guess I'm wondering if, because 4.1C says fund technical assistance programs to assist priority producers with regulatory compliance, but it sounds like that's not sufficient when it comes specifically to. I guess I'm wondering if is having it need to go through water quality coalitions supplemental or replacing the technical assist because I guess I'm just asking what would be covered by the amendment that you're proposing that wouldn't work under 4.1C.
What you're saying, James. I don't know. I feel like if when you make something specifically laid out in the draft, that is more strong.
Was this directed because of the specificity of the ILRP program that works through local, county groups, coalitions, depending on the basin or the?
I believe that Ruth developed much of this language. It looks as if she's not online with us right now.
Okay. I mean, I agree it's a need because there's a gap in who often is assigned to implement that program and their knowledge of priority producers and land stewards, depending on the area. Just speaking personally there, but I see what James was saying. That is very similar to C. Maybe there's a possibility for consolidation or something.
I have the same comments about the G5 regarding to the pest management policies and regulations. I know there are so many Chinese-speaking farmers in the Central Coast. They can't get their private pesticide applicator certification because of language barrier, because there are no translated study materials available for them. And that's not only, it's not only limiting them to run their farm business, but also provide a lot of harm to themselves and to their adjacent neighborhoods, because sometimes they are not using the pesticides correctly, not taking adequate protection services, procedures. So I think here we should add another line or reward the second line, provide training and technical assistance for private applicators. it's not only for them to understand and follow pesticide safety regulations, but also help them to even get that certification. So translating the develop so develop culturally appropriate study materials or curriculum for priority producers who have language barriers to help them to get their certificate. And then also provide training and technical assistance to them to understand and follow pesticide safety.
Note that I look forward to hearing the interagency feedback on the Food Safety Modernization Act as well as SIGMA on our recommendations. So I feel like this, because these are existing policies, some are federal, some are state. I look forward to hearing those comments before kind of taking another look at this section in particular. A couple of folks have been a little quieter this afternoon. Let's just check in. Can avoid my eye contact if you want. Just want to make space for everyone who has ideas or concerns to share them.
One thing to think about as you're considering whether you have additional comments is that staff will take these conversations we've had, and then these will actually be the foundation for the subcommittee meeting. So you're helping us to identify an issue, a proposed solution. So then that will be the launching place for the subcommittee meeting to continue the conversation about a particular goal. So if there's just something that you know you're going to want to come back to, it's important to talk about. Say it now, and we'll at least document it, and that way we can start with it in our next step.
I think this one is really important, and I know it's been mentioned throughout the draft multiple times. Funding technical assistance programs to assist priority producers with regulatory compliance. This is 4.1C. I do feel like, yeah, consider how it relates to G, but also consider how there could be more of a, I guess, clear, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for it. I mean, it kind of ties into the 4.1 G end of it. I don't even know. 6, G6. But all in all, to say that regulatory and staying in compliance with whether it's, just I'll just use myself for an example. I live in my urban farm is in a city, which is in a county, which is in a state, which is in the United States. So it's like I have to look at all those different regulatory processes, and some people are not even educated enough within these places, within these cities and counties to say, to tell me, no, you actually don't need that business license. They would rather have you just pay whether you need to or not. So I do really want to say that, like, sometimes it's not about making those or bolstering those agencies to understand, but to have an outside party be able to check. And I do think that there are a lot of different other organizations that could provide that technical assistance and specialized, localized, personalized, tailored support to actually look at that. And I know that's in our recommendation somewhere, but I'm kind of just calling on like bringing it in together of like technical support or technical assistance support for regulatory issues and kind of bake it together. But I know that it's zoning and regulations are within everything that we do. So no real suggestion there. Just wanted to name that that it's zoning is within everything. I don't know if there's anywhere where we can put that in more of a recommendation or proposed solution.
So for back to 4.1C, it is very broad. It just says fund technical assistance programs. But part of that, I don't know if it's addressed in another bullet, but so folks know how they're going to get the technical assistance. But then also, I think we should address the fact that, yeah, the technical assistance is just going to tell the producer they're out of compliance and help them to get into compliance. But then they also, I'm thinking maybe should we go along the lines of some type of funding? Do you fund technical assistance available? But that doesn't mean, yeah, it's available. So then it's available, but doesn't mean the producer is going to benefit from it because they'll get the knowledge, but then they also need assistance with the fees, or so maybe like an amnesty program to waive those fees or the late fees and the interest on those fees if there's any. I think that would have more of an impact than just creating a technical assistance program that's just going to tell you, oh yeah, you're out of compliance. And I don't know, task force, do we address that in the report? What to do after you're out of compliance?
James?
Yeah, I appreciate those comments there. I think I'm a little concerned about what a bad faith application of this recommendation would look like with a producer who sees that they can get amnesty and then uses that to avoid accountability. Like some regulatory compliance things are good, right? Like around labor and like safety and things like that. So I just like I think there are applications where amnesty would make a ton of sense to me, and I think we need to do more research around that. But I just worry about making a blanket amnesty. Like, one, I'm not sure if that's legally feasible. Like, if we can if our recommendation will be strong enough to like legal scrutiny if somebody's like, well, I'm just following this recommendation in this thing, like absent some kind of legal mechanism to draw from. I don't know how that works. But I do think we can like, and there are multiple places where we talk about funding technical assistance programs. And I'm also wondering if, I mean, the way this reads right now, it doesn't say fund technical assistance providers to assist priority producers with regulatory, it says fund technical assistance programs. which means that somebody needs to develop a program that gets funded to then activate X, Y, and Z things. And I'm wondering if maybe like if we just say fund technical assistance providers to assist with regulatory compliance, and then in a separate area where we're talking more about specific changes to regulations, which I think we have in a couple of different places, but maybe locking that down would be to do the deeper dive on the amnesty piece there.
A really important thing to note that particularly with regards to regulatory compliance, that it is, you're exactly right, Lawrence. It's not just about getting someone into compliance. A lot of these things are impacting farmers for a long time, whether or not they're in compliance or not. And there are examples. So my suggestion is to look at some examples of existing programs. There are some that do provide this. BISMA is one that offers not only a TA through CBFA, in fact, but then also incentives or cost share for food safety measures on the farm. BISMA, or excuse me, SIGMA, they, there was legislation that passed that formed, we heard from several of those TA providers for that program when we were in Fresno. That was after the fact, but I would maybe my suggestion is to make this language stronger to say permanently, incorporate technical assistance programs in all regulatory laws that are passed, because it's not like, it shouldn't be one-off program, like as an afterthought. And more specifically to what Lauren said is, making sure that we're offering technical assistance throughout the lifespan of the farm, because regulatory issues are impacting priority producers and tribes more than others. So that was my thought. And I have one more comment on another section, but I will wait if there's someone else that wants to talk about it.
Just quickly want to second what you just said. Because it just seems like that's the better way to put this recommendation together, right? Is that in any regulatory regulation, there should exist the technical assistance to be compliant. And maybe even that's our recommendation, to make sure that in all of the regulatory regulation that regulates agriculture, that there's technical assistance available. And maybe even a kind of a forgiveness fund, or a compliance, a one-time access to compliance fund to help people get into compliance. They can't use it over and over and over again, but maybe you get a one-time get out of jail free card. And maybe that's based on the kind of it's based on need, So if someone could, it's perfectly fine to afford to pay their own get out of jail free card, then they should pay it themselves. If they're not able to do that, then there's a fund set up. And maybe that's the recommendation, not stronger than setting up a separate body.
Can I ask quickly, one time I missed the word. It's not, we don't want to say get out of jail card.
No, sorry.
So what was the word?
Like access to a one-time access to a fund that would help pay or cover any fines or fees so that they can get into compliance. But it should be set up so you can't use it over. You can't say every year, oops, but there's like a one-time, that comes along with that technical assistance to help folks become compliant.
I'm not sure who was next. Was it Thea and Nathaniel? Is your card still up, Thea? A separate comment. Nathaniel on this thread? Okay, great.
Yeah, I really like that idea, and I thank you for pulling that together. Of like, yes, for every regulation, there should be hey, I don't know how to do that, and I can reach out to somebody who can. I guess my question to the task force is that, does that lay within who is enforcing those regulations, or does that lay within another technical assistance provider? And like, let's say it is an outside CBO, and like, you know, we're recommending to fund the different technical assistance providers. Maybe they could have that discernment of like, so it's not a one time, and it's a like, hey, we're gonna do this if it decide, or if they can prove or justify that these fines are not able to be paid. So then it's not maybe like one time, because you might be in a situation where there's like you've got multiple fines with multiple regulatory agencies, that it could be more of like, hey, we're going to help you get out of this hole to get on the pathway to being compliant and everything. Just some thoughts there of like, would it be with the people regulating it, or would it be an additional CBO?
Irene, you want to respond?
I guess to me, this makes me think about what we're going to discuss more tomorrow, right? Which is like the idea of a separate entity or an ombudsperson. So this is like the perfect scenario that I think makes it obvious that we need something like that. Especially, I think when it comes to technical assistance and CBOs, what happens is we're not seeing maybe like the systems change that we want to see, because we're just passing people along, and then like the first person that referred that person doesn't even know what really happened to that situation. So are we really solving the issues, right? So that entity that hopefully we could discuss more tomorrow, or we will, would be sort of that center that keeps these statistics, the data, the quality control, right? But yeah, just wanted to mention that.
A quick point of clarification. When I was saying like a one-time thing, I was thinking per regulation, and not like, for all regulations, you only get one chance. But like in terms of being Sigma compliant, you get support, you get compliant, you get relief from fines and fees. But then it's your responsibility to maintain. You can always go back for technical support, but there wouldn't be more forgiveness of the fines once you've been set up and you're compliant. And that would be true then for FSMA, and that would be true for any other things like that.
James, you want to know on this thread, and then Thea, and then time check.
Yeah, really quickly, I appreciate everything that Thea and Doria shared. And Nathaniel, when I think about your question about whether it's the regulatory agency or a third party, in my mind, the answer is kind of like both. Like there needs to be more like of culturally resonant available technical assistance across the board, and whether that comes from the agency or third parties, because the state is so different in terms of how various groups get resources in different counties. I think it should be a both and there. Anecdotally, like there are people at like FSAs who are supposed to be point people to help people go through these things, but a lot of growers that I've worked with have had a really hard time having that work successfully for a bunch of different reasons. So in those cases, having a third party technical assistance person was really helpful to navigating all that. At the same time, I think there are other governmental agencies or quasi-governmental agencies that do a really good job helping people in areas around navigating compliance. So to me, it's like a both and in terms of like increasing the technical assistance support for navigating regulatory compliance, for putting systems in place, to have this fund that can support one-time fine payment repayment for various regulatory things. I really like the way that Doria laid that out.
Go ahead, Thea.
Okay. 4.3. I think this is so important to have this section. And A, C, and D are pretty specific recommendations that I think are good to have. I really want to see B be in this document because I think this is something that we've heard, that we've lived, that people that lease land are suddenly, they have no way to retain improvements that have been made to leased land. There's no mechanism to do that. I think that this B should be reviewed by some lawyers and make it more specific to understand how that's going to happen, because it's really important for those who lease land that and there's a lot of power imbalance within that, and I think it's it just needs to be more specific and outline how that's going to happen, because it will be a legal process, if I'm not mistaken, and not something that we could enforce on in any other way. So that's my final comment.
We have Nelson, then Nathaniel, and we do need to reserve a few minutes for public comment and 1 or 2 minutes for logistics before we close out at 3. So Nelson, then Nathaniel, and we might need to wrap after that.
So I had two things. What James just mentioned made me think of just adding perspective to the whole conversation on this get out of jail free card situation. And the way that I'm thinking about it with the both ands comment reminds me of what she and myself had a conversation during lunch in a specific scenario where a grower, not an English speaking grower, got hit with a fine because they used too much water, or was that the example, I think? Or just on that example, I think the fund should cover the cost of a situation like that, whereas like a fee is something that can be waived. So I would frame it more of like a forgiveness waiver, because it's like a fee that's like slapped on something that can just be taken away rather than covering that fee. I think that would be a better scenario. But a fund would be more appropriate for covering the cost of something that the farmer wouldn't otherwise understand without that technical assistance, especially with language barriers. So I just want to add that note there. And then this is just kind of like very specific example or specific feedback. I feel like, what is it? 4.1G VI. The hierarchy of organization there, where it says local zoning policies and regulations. I feel like that fits into 4.2, and I'll just lay my plane there. We could talk more about that.
Thank you. Nathaniel, final comment.
No comment. I'm good.
Okay, well, let me just open the floor for anybody else then. Especially folks who haven't shared much this afternoon, just checking in. Okay, I know, right? Round of applause, everyone. Wow. Yeah, we got a lot of good critical thinking out on this digital page here. And you'll probably be marinating over some of these concepts over the afternoon and over dinner, and we'll come back and we will take any additional thoughts that you have when we open our working session tomorrow. Let's pause to see if there's public comment specific to working session. None in the room. Any online? Okay, great. Adam X, we are going to unmute you. And as soon as you see yourself able to speak, the floor is yours. And then we'll follow with that with Jemiah. So Adam X, when you're ready.
Hello.
Oh,
Good?
good. There you are. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Hi, everyone. Madam X, CEO of Original Manufacturing Incorporated. We build infrastructure and markets for Black farmers to connect us to land training and retail distribution channels. Quickly, the draft recommendations so far speak about socially disadvantaged farmers as defined by AB 1348, but there's no explicit name or remedy for Black Americans or the descendants of enslaved Africans. And history has shown that when our needs get blended with broader categories without clear remedies, they get lost. And we've seen this before. The Reparations Task Force was focused entirely on remnants for the descendants of enslaved Africans, but to date, there's been no concrete statewide land access or funding program resulting from it. I found it very telling in the Bakersfield engagement session. There was a comment that said plantation culture was imported to California. So the task force has this unique opportunity to act where other processes have failed or stalled by ensuring that Black farmers are explicitly included in resource. So my team, we're suggesting that restorative land access fits squarely within the task force third goal of equitable land transition and acquisition. And I'm going to point to the reparations report that says land access is a key mechanism for restoring generational wealth to Black Californians, and California's Black population was systematically denied land ownership through racially restrictive covenants, exclusionary homesteading, and eminent domain abuse. So we're recommending that the task force should recommend a restorative land access pilot for Black farmers modeled alongside existing land return initiatives. And this program could focus on existing agricultural communities like Allensworth for acquisition, return, and lease-to-own arrangements with cooperative ownership structures that keep land in community hands. Someone in the Bakersfield listening session said, land is the root, and without it, you can't farm, you can't build, and you can't pass anything down. We've been locked out for generations. So we're just making sure that our community is explicitly mentioned in this recommendations. Otherwise, you run the risk of being ignored again. The reparations report also said that Black farmers were denied USDA loans and state agricultural grants at disproportionately high rates, contributing to massive land loss. So we're recommending that the task force should recommend dedicated funding pools for Black farmers within Department of Conservation and CDFA programs with audits to ensure compliance. Because without intentional allocations, the same historical patterns of exclusion are going to repeat themselves. So this is about honoring the specific harms, history, and needs of Black farmers while advancing equity for all. And the task force can make history by embedding restorative land access and targeted funding for Black farmers into its final recommendations, ensuring that this is not another moment where our needs are acknowledged but not acted upon. Thank y'all. Bye.
Thank you, Adam. And we have Jemiah. Ready to unmute, Jemiah?
All right. Great afternoon. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
My name is Jemiah Hargins. I'm the founder and executive director of Crop Swap LA, where we turn urban farm spaces that are unused into regenerative micro farms that create green jobs, conserve water, and provide fresh, affordable food to our communities. The Land Equity Task Force's third goal of equitable land transition and acquisition is exactly where the restorative land access belongs. It must and explicitly needs to include Black Americans and descendants of enslaved Africans. The California Reparations Report makes it clear that Black Californians were disposed of millions of acres through government-sanctioned discrimination and theft, and denied the opportunity to pass on land-based wealth to future generations. In my work here in the city of Los Angeles, I see this every day of how historic land loss has shaped the realities of food access, job opportunities, and environmental health in our neighborhoods. We need a restorative land access pilot for Black Americans and Black farmers and food producers, whether they're working in rural areas like Allensworth or in dense cities like LA. That provides acquisition, cooperative lease-to-own models, and community land trusts to ensure that land remains in Black hands. Without this, we'll continue to see our contributions erased while the inequities grow deeper. Urban agriculture is a critical part of California's food system and climate resilience strategy. In South LA, where I live, we're growing food on front yards, backyards, alleyways. And because of our innovative irrigation methods, we're using 92% less water than traditional lawns use. And we're paying local residents a living wage to farm with us while offering them tax breaks for the food we take and redistribute off of their land. With intentional state investment, we could scale this work to hundreds of sites across the city of LA, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing local food security, and creating new streams of income for communities that have been exiled from traditional farmland access. Urban ag should be recognized in the Land Equity Task Force recommendation as a priority pathway for equitable land use, for climate adaptation, and for economic self-determination. And that priority should include funding for Black-led organizations like mine and cooperatives to scale these organizations. For example, we have a local authority that actively embraces our work, and we're about to conclude an 8-week community farming workshop that was sponsored by our county supervisor, Holly Mitchell. Crop Swap LA had an early champion in Congresswoman Sydney Kamlager Dove, who leveraged the state budget allocation to help us build our foundation, with which we were able to circumvent many other challenges like high water prices through water capture and recirculation, land access by creating a dynamic organization able to creatively use land use agreements to farm and maintain high overhead costs. All in all, it's an argument that direct investment in small farmers and food systems, especially in Black communities, pays an enormous dividend. We're educating thousands of Black and brown students, many of whom have never had the opportunity to plant the seed or create sustainable jobs for themselves. So in conclusion, this task force is a rare opportunity to repair historic harm while building resilient food justice systems by explicitly including Black farmers and food producers in restorative land access, and by elevating urban agriculture as a central land use strategy. You can help ensure that communities like mine that were most harmed can actually be the greatest leaders to get us out of this. Thank you. Jemiah Hargens with Crop Swap LA.
Thank you, Jemiah. We have one additional public comment for working session and then one comment for general. I'm going to please ask folks to keep your comments to general. Let's please advance to general public comment. Please, folks, if you could help us out by keeping your comments to 2 minutes or less. We're running out of time today. So let's start with Rashid.
Yes, hi, it's Rashid. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Rashid.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, Rashid Hislop. I'm a senior manager with the Farm to Market team in CAF, Community Alliance with Family Farmers. Great to be here. Thank you for allowing me to comment. So I work closely with African American farmers here in California, and work to support and train, connect Black farmers to markets across the state. Specifically, what we've seen with Black farmers is that they've been
It's gonna be 1 minute late. Isn't that too bad? I wish I'd driven.
We've got some feedback. Jemiah, would you mind
systemically excluded from land ownership, from racially restrictive covenants to outright denial of access to farmland. The California Reparations Report confirms this history. Today, lease insecurity, lack of access to water, and barriers to purchasing land continue to push Black farmers to the margins. The task force should recommend a restorative land access program that, like land return models, directly invests in acquiring and returning farmland for descendants of enslaved Africans with cooperative and long-term lease-to-own options to ensure stability. Another part is that Black farmers, aren't asking for handouts. they need hand-ups. So access to the same public resources that others take for granted. For too long, the USDA loans and state agricultural grants have bypassed Black farmers, a fact documented in both the Pigford settlement and the California reparations report. That's why the task force should recommend dedicated funding pools for Black farmers with Department of Conservation and CDFA administered programs alongside audits to ensure compliance. Without this intentional structure, existing inequities will persist, and the farmers who need the support the most will remain locked out. Finally, also, farming is more than just production, it's cultural inheritance. The land holds the stories, the traditions, and practices passed down through generations. So I urge you to create cultural easements for historically Black agricultural communities, such as Allensworth, safeguarding spaces for farming, education, mentorship, and cultural gatherings. These spaces, including from Allensworth to Fresno to also Fairmead, right by Madera where I live, are where young people learn from elder farmers, where knowledge is handed down, and where our agricultural legacy can continue to grow. In closing, the history is well documented, the solutions are well within reach. I ask the task force to explicitly name descendants of enslaved Africans into your recommendations and to embed restorative land access, targeted funding, and cultural preservation into the foundation of your final report. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. Adam X, followed by Timu, and that will be the conclusion of our public comment period. Let's please try to stay to 2 minutes if we can. Adam, when you're ready.
I'll pass. I said everything last time. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Adam. Timu, we're going to unmute you. Are we ready? Go ahead when you're ready.
Yes. Hello?
Great. Go ahead.
Peace. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Tumwasir Martin Bay, president of Osiris Bridge. I'm from Compton, California, and I work with the intersection of agricultural development, cooperative economics, and cultural innovation, connecting Black and brown farmers to land resources, markets, and building lasting wealth and stability. So, California Reparation Report is very clear that Black Californians were systemically denied land ownership through legal discrimination, land theft, and exclusion from public programs. These harms were calculated, enforced, and repeated over decades. Today, descendants of enslaved Africans in California hold only a fraction of the farmland they once had, facing very steep boundaries and barriers to regaining it. The Land Equity Task Force draft recommendations acknowledge start land access for indigenous communities, which I 100% fully support. But once again, as mentioned throughout today, there is no explicit remedy for Black Americans or descendants of enslaved Africans who were dispossessed. This gap must be addressed by creating a restorative land access pilot for historic Black agricultural towns such as Allensworth, funding land return or lease-to-own pathways, and embedding cooperative ownership as a core model. As one farmer told you during outreach, land is the root, and without it, we're always temporary. So, coming from Compton, I know firsthand that many Black Californians live in food deserts with poor environmental equality. The task force also should ensure urban agriculture incentives prioritize Black-led farms in disadvantaged areas, turning underutilized land into community-owned spaces that feed our neighborhoods and build economic self-determination. The reparations report documents decades of exclusion from USA loans, as also mentioned, and state grants. I also am encouraging, advocating for the task force to dedicate set aside funding pools in the DOC and the CDFA for programs for Black farmers. And land is the foundation for generational wealth. The Land Equity Task Force, I believe, should treat land return and cooperative ownership as a reparations aligned strategies and secure permanent funding from sources like the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund or the Climate Bond to sustain Black farmer-led tenure. In closing, this is a historic opportunity to ensure those most harmed by discrimination are named, prioritized, and resourced. I'm urging and advocating to make sure that Black farmers, Black land stewards, and people who want to have access and equity of it are not just conversation, but in the solution. Thank you very much. Peace and blessings.
Thank you. And thank you to all folks who offered public comment today. Okay, Tomorrow, just a friendly reminder, we begin at 8:15 a.m. A little bit earlier. We'll have breakfast and coffee here for you all. We will talk about the site visits we're about to embark on, continue our working session, do work planning. Our day concludes tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We'll send you on your way with some box lunches. Okay, quick logistics for site visits. Go, Camille.
So those of you who are planning to stay here to start with the on-site garden, that's all great. And you're all set. You will have a location you'll drive to so you can coordinate carpooling after you tour the farm here. There's a ranch as well that Blue Lake owns and oversees. We want to meet in the lobby, hotel lobby to meet for where are you meeting them?
So if you're Blue Lake Ranch and you're starting here at the community garden, it's a 2-minute walk, I think, from here. So I just want everybody to go together to walk over there. Would you like to meet in this conference room or would you like to meet in the lobby at say 325? Hotel lobby 325 for folks on the Blue Lake. Okay.
The other two farms that we had secured, North Coast Growers Association had helped us with that. Because of a few task force members who are not able to join us in person, we actually only had one task force member going to Woody Rhino, the cattle ranch. So we have worked with NCGA, and actually this group that was going to go to Woody Rhino or Deep Seated will now go to both. That group can start, they're only 10 minutes apart from one another. So we'll start with a tour at Woody Rhino. I'll make sure those of you who are in that list, let's chat right now. I'll make sure everyone has that address. We have a carpool plan. We'll start at Woody Rhino. We'll drive 10 minutes, visit Deep Seated, and still conclude within that 4 to 6 time period that was planned. The drive is about 15 minutes from here to get to Woody Rhino. So those of you who are on that group, hang out for a moment. Let's coordinate. Let's come up with a plan. And that will be the next step. Oh, apologize. 20 minutes from here. Thank you, Chi.
Nelson, you want to close us out day one?
All right, give thanks to everybody who showed up in presence and in your minds and your spirits and all the contributions that everybody in the task force, staff, members of the public in person and online, deep ground truthing these experiences, reinforcing the work that we're doing and helping us get to the finish line coming up this year. So with that, everybody safe travels to your site visits, and this meeting is adjourned. We'll continue tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Break. Also, task force members, if you are interested and you're still hungry for Mexican food, we have a